I will call this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here today. It's great to have folks in the audience, as always. And we will start off today with our roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad?
Here.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Here.
Mayor Romack?
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please now stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Up next, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address council on any item not on the agenda this evening. Please state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. So if anyone would like to make a public comment, again, on an item not on today's agenda, you're welcome to come on up to this podium. And again, you'll have 3 minutes. There's a timer to my left, your right.
Do I have to push a button here?
Yes, please make sure that's red.
Hello?
There you go.
My name is Bob Ferwerda. I'm a full-time resident of Donner Lake. My kids are going to put it on my epitaph that I survived the winter of 2022-23, especially at Donner Lake and especially at the West End where the snow was as deep as the wires. And finally, a few weeks ago, winter finally abated. But what happened is we went from bad to worse. Our road went to pot. Driving on Donner Pass Road a month ago was like a pinball machine. You had to go all over. But the amazing thing, and I want to thank the town for this, that a couple of weeks ago, on Monday, they showed up, and by the end of the week, we had a new road. So I want to say thank you to the town and thank you to Public Works. It was a real surprise and a very enjoyable surprise. There's one other point I'd like to make. There's a changeable message sign as you start Donner Pass Road at Donner Lake. I think it's underutilized. What happens at Donner Lake this time of the year, there's a lot of people activity, whether it's beach activity or bicycles or there's people walking on the road. We do not have sidewalks. I'd like to see you change the message, maybe weekly, talk about a busy weekend or watch out for bicycles or so on. I think it's very doable. And Caltrans does that with their changeable message signs. But I haven't seen that sign get that kind of utilization when it should be just somebody can type in an expression for the week. And especially on big weekends to say slow people around or pedestrians or whatever. So again, thanks again for doing a great job on the road. Bye.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment on an item not on today's agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment. So with that, we will move on to our presentations for the evening. We do have quite a few. So as a reminder, we're going to go through all of our presentations and our town manager report, and then we'll come back for council questions and if any members of the public would like to make any comments as well. So if you're here for the first presentation and you want to make a comment, you're going to have to stick out through all of them, but they're all good ones. All right, so first up, I would like to invite Virginia Donica to join me over at the podium for our Truckee Day proclamation. Hello. Hi. All right, so we are very excited because June 3rd is a great day in the town of Truckee. And so excited today to present Virginia with this proclamation declaring June 3rd Truckee Day. So I will read it now. Whereas Truckee Day happens every year on the first Saturday in June and will celebrate its 20th annual event on Saturday, June 3rd, 2023. And whereas the event is a town-wide community effort to pick up roadside litter in preparation for the summer season and to show our community pride. And whereas 20 neighborhood check-in stations have been created throughout town and community members have signed up to champion these stations. And whereas efforts to recruit hundreds of volunteers to pick up litter have been successful and are still underway. And whereas Truckee Day is funded through generous contributions made by the community, And whereas, to celebrate the conclusion of cleanup efforts, a community block party and barbecue from the Truckee Optimists, as well as a community expo, are planned for the afternoon of Truckee Day, commencing at 12 noon at the Truckee River Regional Park. And whereas to coincide with Tahoe Bike Month, Truckee Day, volunteers are encouraged to ride their bikes to their check-in station and afterwards to the block party, where a free bike valet will be provided at the Truckee River Regional Park. And whereas the town wishes to acknowledge the contribution of donors, neighborhood champions, volunteers, and all the community members who take part in this long-standing Truckee tradition to better our environment. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor of Truckee that the 3rd day of June 2023 is Truckee Day. You're welcome. You can say a few words. Would love it.
Perfect. Well, I would like to invite everyone to Truckee Day, June 3rd. You can register at keeptruckeegreen.org, and we encourage you to do so. And we want you to come join us at the community-wide barbecue. My friends Mel and Aaron have helped put together a really fun afternoon. We're going to be giving away a commemorative 20th anniversary water cup, and we will be holding a raffle. We've got music, and we've got the Optimist Club cooking up a wonderful barbecue. So thank you.
Sure. The Truckee Day Hall of Fame?
Yes.
All right. And I would like to invite Anna Gran Nilsson to come on up as well. Or is she?
And Norm Nichols.
And Norm Nichols and Dan O'Gorman.
Yes.
Come on up, everyone. We've got a lot of superstars in Truckee.
We're sure who we showed up. Some for sure and some maybes, so we're all here.
Love to have you all.
Thank you.
All right, so this is an opportunity for us to welcome the Truckee Optimist Club into the Truckee Hall of Fame. So I'm going to read this proclamation and then present it to these fantastic volunteers. So, whereas Truckee Day happens the first Saturday in June each year and will celebrate its 20th year of making the streets shine brighter on Saturday, June 3rd, 2023, and whereas the event is a town-wide community effort to pick up and properly dispose of roadside litter in preparation for the summer season, and whereas Truckee Optimist Club has been flipping burgers and serving the hungry volunteers at the block party and barbecue since Truckee Day's inception, recruiting dozens of Optimist Club members to cook and serve after a day of cleaning the streets in Truckee. And whereas Truckee Optimist Club is a nonprofit organization that supports the youth in the community, and whereas Truckee Optimist Club lives up to their mission statement by providing hope and positive vision, optimists bring out the best in kids. And whereas Truckee Optimist Club offers scholarships to local graduates, supports youth sports, and local school and art programs. And whereas Truckee Optimist Club celebrated their 50th anniversary as a local chapter in 2022. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor of Truckee that the Truckee Optimist Club is receiving the Truckee Day Hall of Fame Award for 2023 to honor their ongoing efforts and contributions towards making Truckee Day and our community very successful year after year and helping to keep Truckee clean and green. Congratulations.
Thank you.
To all three of you. Thank you all. Good to see you, Norm. You're welcome.
You get to speak.
Who's going to speak?
We're just happy to be part of such a great community, and that's all I could say. We're happy to do it and feel really blessed to be part of Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and up next, we are excited to talk about Bike Month, which is in June. And it's my understanding that Alfred Knotts, our Transportation Program Manager, has a little presentation before we get into our official proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Town Council, Alfred Knotts with the Town of Truckee. And, sorry. not just with the town of Truckee, with transportation with the town of Truckee. We'll do a quick little presentation here, just to give some context. We are here to talk about Bike Month, and nationally that is, as you will hear in just a second, or I'll speak to you right now, it actually is the month of May. It was started in 1956 by the League of American Bicyclists, which used to be called the League of American Wheelmen. They have evolved since then, and we have evolved since then too. And when I say we, I helped start this back in 2001 when I was the project manager for the Regional Bikeway, or Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, and we kept getting snowed out every May. And we blamed it on the Amgen Tour. If you remember, the Amgen Tour got snowed out constantly too. So we decided to move it away from the Amgen Tour and to go to June. And since school consistently got delayed and everything, we felt June was also a good time to get kids back out on their bikes and work on our bike rodeos and all of our education and everything. So that was settled on collectively several years ago. And made a bigger effort to really kind of engage the town too. At the time, again, I worked for the Metropolitan Planning Organization in Tahoe and TRPA, and we would reach out and talk to Truckee and make sure we pulled everybody into kind of this effort, which has grown and grown and grown to the point where we have about 300 annual participants. Before, when we first did it, it was really just an internal TRPA thing, and we had a little dot on a map, and we would every day go up and put our little tack in there and show how many times we went around the lake collectively. Now it's evolved into different agencies, different consulting firms that do a lot of environmental work in the basin also, and obviously the schools as well. Last Bike Challenge Month and Bike to Work Month, it essentially totaled about 40,000 miles, which is roughly equivalent of going back and forth from San Francisco about 100 times. So the snapshot down here on the score is current right now. We're in third. We're making our way up the list here. So everybody has registered, and we'll send out some information as well, but you can go to the bikechallenge.org and register as individuals and as organizations. The objectives of the Bike Month is to promote bicycling as a viable transportation mode for all. Sorry for the other bullet there. Ages and trip purposes. Increase awareness and visibility in the community. So just getting people out. It's a good way to get people to dust off their bikes that have been kind of either under the snow or not usable because of snow. Promote safety and etiquette. I think that's something we all have been hearing a lot about. And in terms of just activity out in the community on our trails and everything, which is a good thing. But with that becomes kind of conflict. Same thing with, we hear about out in the backcountry as well with, people snowshoeing or cross-country skiing and snowmobiling. Different users have different needs and experiences. So we like to take every opportunity to promote that. Awareness and safety, promote environmental, economic, and health benefits, all of which are realized through bicycling daily. Even monthly or weekly, whatever meets your needs. Reduce vehicle miles traveled, something we all work towards, and I know that's a very kind of wonky technical term, but really just driving less. And then trying to make every day essentially bike day within our community and make it part of our daily activities. We're very fortunate that we live in a very active community. People can ride for the most part to accomplish daily activities. So events we have planned here going into the Bike Month. We'll be going to the elementary schools and have PDs. Decided this year when we met to talk about what we would do differently. We were doing the bike rodeos over the last couple of years at the regional park. This year's effort, we made an effort to go to the actual schools themselves and inform and educate. Again, leading into the summer. Focusing on e-bikes. Truckee Day, which you just heard of also, so there'll be events focused around that also, again, promoting accessing Truckee Day. Bike to School Day, so there'll be specific days at these schools on the 7th and 8th. We are setting up a bike kitchen, which is essentially a mobile kind of bike maintenance clinic, so people can bring their bikes. Sometimes we find that just a flat tire is keeping people from using their bike, or a broken chain, things that they don't know how to fix or really take the time to. Bike to Work Week, we are looking at the week of the 19th on that, and looking at a bike day to promote that, a focus day on the 22nd as well. And if you notice out front, we do have our bike share program that is starting to roll out also, and we've installed our first stations here at Town Hall, and we'll start installing those throughout the next couple of weeks also. Outreach and management efforts. We've worked again with the bike share program in promoting that as well, and I think I knew I was going to do that. And if I can get back to it, I knew I was trying to get too technically savvy here. Let me get back to my slide here. Is that? All right. Trust me, there's a web page here that's called Bike Share Program, and it's got a lot of etiquette information on there. One thing I did want to point out, and I'm not even going to try to click on it, but there is a trail user reporting tool that we've developed internally through engineering, our GIS folks, and that allows people to go on and highlight areas where they've had interactions or things that they've seen on the trail and highlight those, and that'll come into the town, and that way we can see where there's hot spots and things like that also. And ongoing outreach and education, continuing not just for the bike month, but as part of our overall program through the month period. One little snapshot I do want to show you here real quick is People for Bikes is a great website. It looks at a lot of communities in terms of smaller communities. The League of American Bicyclists has a more of an aggregate urban area type of representation, but the smaller communities are represented very well on this, and Truckee has a good ranking in this, and I'd encourage people to kind of go there. It does delve into a little bit more, but it's based on our network programs like this, and also feedback from the users, and it gives it a weighted score. But in terms of the town, you know, we're in our 90th and 86th percentile within those rankings within other communities. So I will move along here and get to the gist here.
Thank you very much, Alfred. And I believe we have Chris Mertens and Helper to receive the proclamation, who is wearing proper safety etiquette for bike riding as well. I love it. Good job. All right. Whereas the Town Council's transportation-related goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled through utilization of alternative modes of transportation, including bicycle travel. And whereas the bicycle is a viable and environmentally sound form of transportation and a form of recreation supported by the town's adopted general plan, Trails Master Plan, and the Nevada County Active Transportation Plan. And whereas Truckee's transportation network serves bicyclists throughout the year, thereby improving citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, supporting economic vitality and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads, and improving our natural environment. I'll try to read faster. Whereas the Truckee-Tahoe region celebrates June as Bike Month to avoid late-season inclement weather, and whereas the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition, and groups sponsor the annual Bike Month and Challenge, while also working with the town year-round to promote projects and programs that improve bicycle transportation and safety for all users. And whereas to celebrate Bike Month in Truckee-Tahoe, the 17th annual Bike Challenge will be held June 1st through June 30th, 2023, and the residents and visitors of Truckee-Tahoe are encouraged to experience the joys and benefits of bicycling by getting out and going for a ride in lieu of auto trips. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that the month of June is recognized as the official Bike Month of the Truckee-Tahoe region, and we urge all residents, visitors, and commuters to join in this fantastic month. Thank you very much. I'll present it to you. Can you hold it and hold a baby? Do you want to say a few words,
I'll just
Chris?
say something really quickly. My name is Chris Mertens. I'm an advisory board member with the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition. This is Cameron. Yeah, we just wanted to say we're happy to be a partner with the town and TRPA and everyone else in putting on the bike challenge every year. And also just wanted to say shout out to the town for doing such a good job plowing all the bike paths this winter. It's like pretty amazing effort, really, given the winter we had. And there were a lot of people out using them, and you know, not all of them on bikes, but a lot of people using those trails. So just wanted to give a shout out to you guys for doing that. And yeah. Thank you.
All right. and up next, I believe we have Sierra Watershed Education Partnership Green Team students here. I believe they're the ones in the green T-shirts that are here to present progress on their organic waste separation in the cafeterias. So, Missy, I would invite if you want to come on up, and I will go back over there.
I'd like to first ask where we go to change the slides. Right over here?
Okay.
Hello, good evening. I would like to say thank you, Mayor Romack, town council members, town manager, and town staff, as well as this lovely audience. My name is Missy. I'm with Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships, and I'd like to introduce Ashley. We're very proud to work regularly with the sustainability clubs, that the action they take every day that fosters hope, and is directly related to the hope that you present for them. So I hope you enjoy this presentation. Oh, right here. Whoops, right here. Say your name.
Hi, my name is Josie, and I go to Glenshire Elementary.
There we go.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. We are here on behalf of SWEP Green Teams from Glenshire, Truckee, Sells, Kings Beach, Tahoe Lake, and North Tahoe School. We are excited to share how our clubs are working with SWEP, TTUSD, Town of Truckee, Keep Truckee Green, and the airport community partners to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our schools and our region by reducing lunchroom waste. We know that Town Council is committed to take action to address climate change, and we are too. Hello, my name is Jackson, and I go to Glenshire Elementary. In December, our clubs conducted lunch waste audits in most TDUSD cafeterias. Our goal is to understand how much waste we generate during lunch and to look for opportunities to reduce waste.
Hi, I'm Audrey, and I get to go to Kings Beach Elementary. In most TTUSD cafeterias, students sort their lunch waste to divert from the landfill. Students separate their leftover liquids like milk into a white bucket. Students sort their recyclables into blue bins. Students sort their chip bags, bar wrappers, TerraCycle materials into smart sorting bins. And students sort food waste in green buckets for composting. Food waste separation is a newer option that started last year or at the beginning of this year at most schools.
Hi, my name is Kiana, and I go to KBE. During each lunch period, we observe the sorting process and support our peers when needed. At the end of the lunch period, we weighed each of the bins and recorded the weight and volume on the data sheet you see here. The data for each lunch period was recorded separately and put into a master spreadsheet so we could compare lunch periods and schools.
Hi, my name is Aurora, and I go to Sells. The graph and table here are an example of our findings. This shows the total waste from one day of lunch at Truckee Elementary. We conducted our audit on Thursday, Pizza Day. Pizza, salad, cucumbers, and kiwis were served. These are the highest numbers we recorded during all of our lunch audits, but the graph and table illustrate a common trend we found at all schools. You can see that the total waste for that day was just over 210 pounds, which when divided by the total number of students at Truckee Elementary equals 0.48 pounds of waste per student. The common trend that most of our waste is food. On this day, 145.5 pounds of food waste was sorted. We are very happy to see that our school is doing a good job diverting waste from the landfill. But we know we can do better and need to address the amount of food being thrown away.
This graph and table shows the total waste from one day of lunch at Glenshire Elementary. We also collected this data on Pizza Day. Again, most of the waste was food waste. The landfill weight was light. However, the volume, which is not shown on the graph, was about 70 gallons, which is about 2 full trash cans. This large volume is due to the one-time use trays, milk cartons, and utensils.
Hello, my name is Anna. I go to Sal's. When we average our audit results over all of our participating school sites, we found that an average 75 pounds of waste is generated during lunch each day at each school. When we spread that out over the total student body, we find that each student is responsible for about a quarter pound of lunch waste a day. We know that this is only a snapshot of the lunch waste picture, but the comparison of grade levels at each school site and between schools gave us a better understanding of some of the successes and challenges we would need to consider when designing solutions to the waste problem.
Hi, my name is Abe, and I go to school at Glenshire Elementary. After evaluating the data, our clubs developed the list of proposed solutions. Each club had an opportunity to meet with the Director of Food Services for TTUSD to share our audit findings and discuss the possibility of some of our solutions. The next slides highlight some of our recommendations and outcomes.
Our biggest area of waste was food waste. At North Tahoe School, we calculated the total amount of food that was thrown away in a school year and found out that it adds up to over 5,000 pounds. We recommended two main solutions to the food waste problem. The first solution was to give students more choice at lunch. We think if students want to choose what's on their plate, then they are most likely to eat it. We proposed several ways to provide more choice. The main one being to pull students to find what their menu preferences are. This spring, we developed a student survey that will allow all TTUSD students to give input. TTUSD Food Services will be reviewing the results to help create the menu for next year.
Our second solution was to implement a clear system for sharing food. We noticed that each school has some system for trying to capture uneaten fruit, an open milk, and an open snacks. But each system was different, and students were unsure of what could be saved and shared. Our clubs proposed implementing share carts with clear signage and collection containers that keep cool food organized and easy to see. TDUSD Food Services immediately said yes to this suggestion, and this spring we will be piloting share carts at 2 schools with plans to expand the share carts to all schools in the fall. We know these share carts will help reduce food waste and also be a source of extra food for students who are hungry at other times in the day. We are also working for food services to find a way to share leftover food with a local food bank.
We noticed that most of the water waste, the waste being sent to the landfill, was single-use disposable trays, cups, utensils, and milk cartons. We asked food services if returning the reusables in the lunchroom was possible, and again, they gave us an immediate yes. This spring, we were able to implement reusable silverware at all participating schools. We prioritize this shift to eliminate single-use plastics because we know plastics are harmful, and we want to follow the lead set by the town of Truckee to reduce plastic. We are excited to share that many schools have upgraded to milk dispensers and reusable cups. We noticed that this eliminates milk cartons and liquid waste. We are working to expand to more milk dispensers, reusable cups, and trays. Make the shift to reusable not only cuts down on the waste we send to the landfill, but will also help teach all students about the importance of choosing to reuse rather than buying single-use disposable items.
Thank you again for the opportunity to let us share our progress. We love that our community is dedicated to the environment, climate, and reducing plastics. Thank you.
Mayor, can we take a minute and ask the students to come up for a picture?
Students, can you come on up in front so we can take a picture? As long as you all promise to smile.
Hello. Can council stand?
Thank you all very much. That was incredible. Hard work and great effort. We do have one more proclamation this evening, so I would invite Andrea Smoot to come on up from Moms Demand Action. And this is a proclamation related to National Gun Violence Awareness Day on June 2nd. Whereas every day, 110 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 230 who are shot and wounded, and on average, there are nearly 13,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 25 times more likely to be killed with guns than people in other high-income countries. And whereas California has 3,090 gun deaths every year, which is a rate of 7.6 deaths per 100,000 people. Whereas the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC data shows that firearms are the #1 cause of death for children and teens between 1 and 19 years old in the United States. Whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas to help honor Hidea Pendleton, a teenager who marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade and was tragically shot and killed just weeks later, as well as the 110 Americans whose lives are cut short and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated June 2nd, 2023 as the 9th annual National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 2nd, 2023 to help raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor of the town of Truckee declares June 2nd, 2023 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day and encourages all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Thank you very much, and I will invite Andrea to say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members and Mayor Romack, for having us here and for, I'm just going to read this because I'm going to say it all if I read it, for your leadership. We are lucky to live in a town that supports gun sense. Moms Demand Action is a national grassroots organization that supports ending gun violence in all its forms. If you're interested in helping our cause, you can text READY to 64433. If you want to participate in the Wear Orange event, it's June 2nd through the 4th. Please wear orange and go to wearorange.org for more information on events in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea. All right, with that, we will move on now to our introduction of new staff, and I believe Chief Renfro has a few folks to introduce to us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having us. I'm excited to have 4 new officers join us at our team here at the Truckee Police Department. And I just want to say first that, we just don't take anybody. Is it on?
Is your mic on?
Yeah, it's on. I mean, it's pushed. We just don't take anybody. We have a high bar that's set, and I think that we've accomplished meeting that bar with these 4 officers. So we're excited to welcome them to the team. First, we'll have Officer Chaylin DeWitt. If you can step forward so everybody can see you. Chaylin joined the Truckee Police Department about 3 months ago. He currently lives in Alta, California, and grew up in Roseville, California. His hobbies he enjoys is running, lifting weights, skiing, hiking, competitive sports, and basically any kind of activity that gets him outside and moving. While he enjoys the majority of physical activity, he also likes activities such as reading, studying new things, and finding restaurants and good food to eat. Officer DeWitt attended the Post Modular Academy, which is actually an extended academy. It's not the 6-month or the 5-month academy. It's over a prolonged rate. So that shows to me his level of dedication and commitment to getting into this profession. After graduating the academy, he submitted only 1 application to be hired at the Truckee Police Department. So that says a lot, knowing the state of affairs in law enforcement. Everybody's hiring, and he only put in 1 application to be with us. Officer DeWitt finds great satisfaction in police work and appreciates the importance of being in public safety, being able to affect the lives of people and make it better, and that gift he does not take for granted. So welcome, Officer Chaylin DeWitt. Next, we have a returning officer, Jason Litchie. Jason, if you can stand forward, please. Jason Litchie started his career here in Truckee in 1994 as a reserve deputy for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. In 1997, he became a full-time deputy until 2001, when he joined the Truckee Police Department when we started. He was promoted to sergeant at the Truckee Police Department in 2005 and was actually my training officer when I first started here and my supervisor in the investigations unit. In 2018, Jason left Truckee Police Department and went to Nevada Highway Patrol to join their major accident investigation team until he retired from law enforcement in 2019. Now he's back. Jason is known to be the traffic Jedi and has vast experience in collision, reconstruction, and everything to do with traffic. I'm excited to welcome Jason back to the team, and thank you for being here. Next, we have Daniel Moss. Daniel, please stand forward. Dan Moss has been in law enforcement for almost 11 years, having spent the last 10 years with the Los Angeles Police Department as a field training officer and a vice officer. He's married and has been so since 2006 to his wonderful wife, Carvina. And they have 3 children, Parker, 14, Charlie, 10, and Ransom, 2. His hobbies include playing golf, which I like, and spending time with his family and friends and reading. Despite all the different activities, he enjoys cooking for his families and friends. One of the fun things that he has the opportunity to enjoy is to be able to cook his children's favorite meals for them during their birthday week, culminating with whatever cake they ask him to bake for their actual birthday. When he is not spending time with his family, he's doing schoolwork, as Dan is in his second to last semester in his master's degree in public safety and leadership. Officer Moss enjoys what he does and relishes the opportunity to help people as a police officer. He's extremely grateful for the opportunity to serve the town of Truckee and looks forward to interacting with each and every one of you. Welcome to the team, Dan. And last, but certainly not least, Officer Ann Dunn. Ann grew up in Nevada City, California, and spent her childhood years recreating throughout the Tahoe, Truckee area. She spent her winters here with her family at Sugar Bowl Ski Resort, teaching ski lessons to 3 to 5-year-olds, and her summers recreating throughout the Truckee area. She attributes her strong shoveling and snow skills to the years she spent dragging kids up the mountain, singing ski school songs with pockets full of gummy bears. Ann went on to play college soccer and graduated with her Bachelor's of Science degree in kinesiology. During her college years, Ann worked for the state of California Parks as an ocean lifeguard in Santa Barbara, ran an open water rescue program at Folsom Lake, and later helped launch a kids junior lifeguard training program out of the Kings Beach State Park. Ann continually found herself gravitating towards the first responder career and later began working as a deputy sheriff in Nevada County. Outside of law enforcement, Ann also had graduated from the California Regional Fire Academy and coaches and competes in local CrossFit competition and teaches at the Butte Law Enforcement Academy as a recruit training officer. So we're excited to have Ann join our team. Ann, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Chief, and welcome. We're glad to have you all on board. And now I believe we have Rosie Johnson here to introduce another new staff member.
Yes, I'll be introducing Katie McCartney, our new Code Compliance Officer. Katie was born and raised in a small town in Washington, where she developed a deep appreciation for community engagement and the offerings of a mountain town's diverse landscape. Katie graduated from Cascade College with a degree in integrated studies, specializing in political science, and comes to the town of Truckee as a property manager with 8 years of experience in the North Lake Tahoe area. When she's not working, you could find her exploring nature through activities such as mountain biking, hiking, and cross-country skiing. With Katie previously holding a property manager position, she is able to apply existing knowledge of short-term rental regulations to her new Code Compliance Officer role and provide us with a perspective that will enhance the program. We are ecstatic to have Katie as part of the short-term rental division team.
Welcome to you as well, Katie. We're glad to have you too. And then that brings us to our last presentation, our town manager report.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple things tonight. First, I want to remind everybody and invite everybody that doesn't already know that on Thursday from 3 to 4:30 out at the Corp Yard or the Public Service facility on Stevens Lane, we'll be hosting an ice cream social. It's an opportunity for members of the public to come and offer their thanks to the Public Works crew for their efforts this winter, as well as the efforts happening now with striping and pothole filling. So if you're available, we'd love to have you come out and join us. Again, that's Thursday from 3 to 4:30. And then Chief Renfro is going to give a little bit of an update on e-bikes. There's a lot of dialogue happening in the community about e-bikes. We are launching our e-bike program. So we want to make sure everybody, we've heard people, we're taking some measures, and Chief's going to give a little bit of an update on what those are, and then I'll have a quick video to show you, and I'll be done for tonight.
Okay, I decided to move over here because I think the mic works a little bit better. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Okay, so with the e-bikes, what the California law for e-bikes restricting e-bikes, class 3 e-bikes on our trails has been amended. That has changed since January of 2023. So the California law no longer prohibits class 3 e-bikes on class 1 trails, which falls within our local trailway. So what we'll have to do if we choose to do that is the council directs us to adjust that. We'd have to adjust that by an ordinance. And so looking at our ordinance, we're going to have to do some adjustments anyways. So what our plan is to hold some sort of public meeting or town hall meeting to get public input on what we want to regulate and what we don't want to regulate on our trail system. So what we would do is we would come back with that data. Our timeline is pretty tight if we want to get it through this season for the 27th meeting. So we're gonna put out some public surveys. We're gonna continue to do the education pieces at the local schools. As Alfred mentioned, we've been at Glentyre Elementary, Alder Creek, and we plan on doing more at the high school as well. So what we really need to do is continue to put out that education piece as far as following the rules of the road, wearing a helmet, being respectful, and just to reduce the amount of conflict that happens on the trail, because it's a multi-use trail. Everybody's, whether you have a stroller, whether you have dogs on leash or off leash, and then you have the cyclists going by. So I know that there's been some discussion about putting a speed limit or posting a speed limit on the trail. And I guess my concern with that would be how much enforcement would we be pursuing for those types of violations. So some ideas that we've come up with is putting the JMR box out once again to try to see what kind of volume and flow and speed that we have out there. Continue to keep those message signs at the trailheads to educate people. And like Alfred said, the Tahoe Fund, as far as doing stenciling and outreach to educate our community that we all just need to get along and we need to do it safely, right? So I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
It's our musical chairs tonight. So this video is brief. It's just about 1 minute long, and highlighting the work that was done last summer on Trout Creek and the restoration. And really, it's just a reminder that we're resuming work out there this week to do the roundabout. So here's some images and some footage of what's been happening out there. So it's a pretty cool project, but if you're planning to travel around there, expect there might have some delays as you go down Glenshire in the coming weeks. But we hope to finish that this summer. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen and Chief, for that report. All right, now we'll bring it back to council for questions or comments, and I'm going to take the liberty to start out by just saying thank you to everybody who was a part of all of the proclamations. I think it's a reminder of how incredible our community is. Virginia, the chair of Truckee Day, Ann, Norm, and Dan with the Truckee Optimist Club, all the efforts that all of them have put in, along with everybody who I know volunteers on Truckee Day. Thanks to Chris and Cam, Truckee Bike Month. Andrea, thanks for all your work with Moms Demand Action. And then Missy, all the kids. That was incredible to see. So just a wide range of active people in our community of all ages. So that was just really incredible. So I wanted to acknowledge that and thank everybody for being a part of that. So with that, I will go questions or comments. Councilmember Klövstad.
Echo that. I'll just say I have one orange shirt that I keep. My husband keeps trying to make me get rid of it, and I keep it because I wear it every June. So thank you for all that you're doing. This is very important, especially in these days with so much gun violence in our communities. I know are they gone? I think they're gone. Truckee Optimist Club. Oh, I just cannot believe the years of dedication to this community, and I love their barbecue, so thank you. And thank you to everybody that makes Truckee Day possible. It's how I got involved in town politics by becoming a champion and for Donner Lake and volunteering with that for every year in the last, I think, 18 years. Both my kids have been dragged through that every year ever since. And then I have to end with how incredibly proud I am of the green teams. That was really amazing data that they collected. Really solid recommendations and true progress. And that is just amazing. And not just to see that, but also just to imagine the empowerment that those kids have experienced through this process, thanks to Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships and Missy and Ashley and everybody else's leadership. So thank you so much. And I also have to give a shout out to TTUSD. Having worked there and worked on these programs for many years, I know the hurdles that they have experienced to implement these programs, particularly the silverware reuse, the the reusable trays, the milk dispensers. I mean, it's amazing how hard all of that was for them to implement from a variety of reasons. So hats off to TTUSD and especially the Director of Food Service and Nutrition, Kat Soltamarad. It's unbelievable all that she has committed to doing and continues to support the green teams in reducing the waste in Truckee. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I would just say ditto of pretty much everything that's already been said. You guys have covered it. I will just add on to the green team stuff. Thank you guys for being here and for keeping these kids going, because I just remember, I don't know when you started this project, but my daughter was there, and it's really great to see it all continuing first, and then also the change that you're making is really cool. So keep that up, and thank you. Yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I share the remarks of my other council members, and thank you to the staff and to the organizations for bringing your work to our attention and to the broader Truckee community. I think it's important that the rest of the community becomes aware of what you've accomplished and what you represent for our town. I have just a couple questions for Chief Renfro on the bike safety, and maybe one of these questions goes to Public Works. What is the speed limit on our bike trails for e-bikes?
Right now, it's just a reasonable speed for conditions.
Okay. And then what progress, if any, is there on consideration of striping any of the bike trails?
Oh, now? Yeah. Okay. We're planning to go out this summer and do some just minimal striping out on the Legacy Trail where there's sort of the switchbacks, the sharper curves, and just sort of see how that goes. And then we're also working with, the Take Care folks to come up with the messaging that might be some stenciling, some stenciling on the bike paths as well. But the centerline striping, we're just going to do some key areas around the curves.
I just want to add on to that's going to be, it's a second priority after the street striping. So that's what the teams are working on right now.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally, on the education campaign, is that primarily through the school district? Is that coordinating with school district, or do you have other avenues for spreading the word?
It's primarily through the school district that we're partnering with, because we really want to get to educate the kids on rules of the road, even though that's not all just the kids and the youth that are some of the challenging situations. Right. It's the adults as well. So when they're on the roadway, it's easier for us to enforce those types of violations because we have the vehicle code. When we get to the trail situation, we have to rely on the ordinance. So that's something that's part of the revamping of the ordinance that we want to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
I am in awe of all that our community accomplishes when we work together. Everything tonight was so incredibly impressive. It really is incredible. I have just a couple of comments. One, on all of the work that the students and Missy that you're doing. I think it's amazing how they're using data and then coming up with data-driven solutions. And the solutions are coming from our youth, and they really are the ones who are going to be most impacted by the decisions that all of us make. So just the solutioning that's happening and the creativity around it is absolutely incredible. And a lot of that is the leadership that SWEP provides. So thank you so much. I also want to thank and just again acknowledge all of our new staff. Hiring is really, really hard right now, as the chief said, especially in policing. So we're really fortunate to have more officers with us and to have a new code compliance officer with us. I really want us all to acknowledge that, thank them when you see them, when you see our police officers, out on the street, give them a wave because they really are working so hard in service to our community. And then, Chief, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the remarks tonight on e-bikes. I actually just this past week had a one-on-one with a young gentleman. He's in middle school, and he wanted to meet with a local elected council member to talk about one specific issue. He's doing it for a Boy Scout badge, and the issue was e-bikes. And he had so many amazing thoughts on it. And again, that solutioning from our youth. So I just think engaging our youth in these conversations is so critically important. I thought something that was so interesting that he said, he's like, it's not just how we regulate and think about the people on e-bikes. It's also, if we're on streets, do drivers understand how e-bikes function in that space and what that should look like? And it really is education for the entire community. So I'm grateful for the remarks tonight. And I know we have a lot of work ahead of us on this. And as you said, tight timeline. So thank you for pushing that through. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I will open it up to public comment. If anyone has any public comments on any of the presentations or questions, you are welcome to 3 minutes as always. And I would invite anyone to come on up to the podium. Seeing none, we will close public comment for presentations. And again, thank you all for being here who received a proclamation or a presentation, and all of those in support of those folks as well for all you do. So with that, we will move on to our consent calendar, and we have quite a few items on our consent calendar tonight. That's the theme of the evening. So I will read through them now. Item 6.1, Town Council adoption of Development Code text amendments and zoning map amendments in support of the 2040 General Plan adoption. Item 6.2, acceptance of the transit audit report for fiscal year 21-22. Item 6.3, accept the quarter ended March 31st, 2023 Treasurer's Report. Item 6.4, adoption of the Statement of Investment Policy for the 23-24 fiscal year. Item 6.5, resolution approving the Recreational Trails Program grant application for the Riverview Sports Park Trail Connection Project. Item 6.6, Federal Highway Administration Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Application Authorization. Item 6.7, the home weatherization rebate matching with the Truckee-Donner Public Utility District. Item 6.8, documentation of support for Truckee-Donner Railroad Society Pocket Park Improvement Project. Item 6.9, approval of TART Connect microtransit contract amendment with Truckee Downtowner LLC for year-long pilot and budget amendment. Item 6.10, budget increase, the Ladris evacuation contract, fiscal year 22 through 23. Item 6.11, letter agreement to fund phase 2 of the Climate Transformation Alliance. So with that, I will ask if any council members would like to pull any items off consent.
6.6.
6.6, all right. Would staff like to pull any items off consent?
No, Mayor.
And is there any members of the public who would like to pull any items off of consent this evening? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Is there a motion to approve all consent items except for 6.6?
I will move that we approve consent except for item 6.6 and just add the note of how many amazing items there are on here taking action towards our council goals.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. All right, with that, we will go back to item 6.6.
Right. The reason I asked to pull it is partly due to the comment from a citizen, Barney Dewey, and then also noticing something in a similar vein on item 6.9, the microtransit funding. And essentially what Mr. Dewey was saying is he thought we should consider that so many EV charging stations are being put in just through the effects of the marketplace. Just private operators are installing a number, and he cited some information to that effect. And then one of the council members had posed questions on how many EV stations we had, and the numbers were similar to what Mr. Dewey was citing. And Mr. Dewey was suggesting that we spend that $300,000 on something else having to do with EV, suggesting the money could be better spent to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases other than with more EV charging stations. And so I thought I'd like to hear what the other council members think. And the reason I mentioned item 6.9 is it refers to the $4.4 million grant that we obtained through the great efforts of our transportation section. That includes funding for electric public charging stations. So the question is not whether or not we could be doing more to encourage the use of EVs, but whether this is the best way to spend those $300,000, and whether that would affect the matching federal grant, the $1.5 million we're trying to get.
I will go to staff. Yeah, if there's comments or insight staff would like to share.
So this grant application is partially to fulfill one of the work plan items that we have to do some long-term planning for EV charging infrastructure at town facilities. So the idea is to do, the first part of the grant would be to do a plan, which would include looking at town-owned facilities, town hall, the public service center, and even our our managed parking lots in downtown, and maybe even work with some of the other public agencies. So the first step is to sort of come up with a plan, figure out what the current demand is, what the future demand is, look at different funding structures for EV charging, what type of charging we would want to do. The first part of this grant would really kind of answer a lot of these questions in terms of what is the appropriate number of EV charging to put stations to put here at Town Hall, Public Service Center. We were taking a stab at it, but I think that the plan would help educate the final decision. We were thinking that we would do a few here at Town Hall and then some additional ones at the Public Service Center. And I talked to Mr. Dewey a little bit today too, and he makes some good points about, what is this the right thing? Should we be relying on the private industry to do some of these EV charging stations? So I do think, if nothing else, doing some charging stations here at our public facilities provide a benefit to the employees and the people that visit our facilities, and help to sort of promote the transition to electric vehicles. And so that is one of the reasons why I think it's sort of in our planning, in our work plan, to sort of look at this and see. I will say that we've looked a little closer at our numbers since we put the staff report together, and I don't think we'll be asking for the full 1.5 million. We, depending on the structure of the agreement, sometimes it's, we could go buy the chargers, or sometimes you work with the vendor and they provide the chargers, and there's an agreement in terms of like some sort of maintenance fee that's paid with them. So there's a lot of different options there. I think that probably the planning and design phase of the project would be like in the $200,000 range. The high infrastructure costs would be a lot of it would be the electrical service, but we're not sure until we kind of get a little further down the process to know how much that would cost. So that's sort of the gist of what we're proposing to do with these grant funds. So
could we reach a point where we could claw back some of the $300,000?
Yeah, I think we don't know that will be funded. So at the time that comes, if we are successful with the grant application, we could always work with them. They had actually asked for a phased they asked for applications that had a phased sort of ability to either phase up or phase down. So I think there's an opportunity to talk with the grant folks to reduce or increase the amount. We'll always have to provide the same match percentage. But if we ask for less, the match would be less.
And we wouldn't be able to spend the money, though, on EVs, electric vehicles.
Not on electric vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will see, do any council members have any questions first, and then we'll go to public comment and then back. No questions?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'll just ask a really quick question. So, Becky, if I'm understanding you correctly, and I think this is what I gathered in talking with Jen as well. So, the plan for the community, so it's sort of a charging plan for the community that will outline, what our charging infrastructure might look like. The reality for whatever phase 2 you were talking about, we can limit that to charging infrastructure at town-owned facilities. We're not necessarily committing to public-facing charging stations that the town funds wherever the actual plan says, hey, we're going to need some here, we're going to need some there, or whatever the case may be. I think that was one of my main concerns as well. So can you just maybe clarify that?
Not sure if I completely understand the question, but the funding is for, it has to be on publicly accessible land to create EV charging.
Right. I guess what I was more interested in is the implementation. If we were to build or pay for more charging stations, this grant would not limit them to necessarily town-owned facilities. They could be generally anywhere.
I think as long as they are publicly accessible, they could be off of public land.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is I think we only want to, or at least I only want to see some of that funding going to public facilities infrastructure, where I agree with the public commenters and maybe where you're going, Councilmember Zabriskie, where the private market has already proven that they're successful. They can put them on private land. They can create subleases. They have the ability to do what they've been doing. We might say, the plan might say, hey, we're going to need X amount more. We're going to need them in these types of places, but we're not committing to necessarily building all of those in all of those places. That's what I'm getting at.
Correct. We're planning to use the implementation funds for on-town
Just
facilities.
on-town. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, so they would not go on commercial properties necessarily.
No, that wasn't the intent.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Henderson? No questions. All right, with that, I will open this up to public comment. If anyone has any public comment on this item, you are welcome to come on up. Please state your name. You will have 3 minutes to share your comments. And please make sure the microphone is on as well. Hit the red button.
Looks like it's on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, yes, I'm talking about 6.6 here. I thought that discussion was great that we all just had there. I think a lot of those points are right on. I especially wanted to thank Councilwoman Kolstad for a discussion she and I have had, and to Becky back there and the staff. It was very, very helpful. So I have a couple of other things to say. Oh, by the way, those presentations were really great today, all of them. Really great. And I also wanted to congratulate the town on the $4.4 million transportation grant. Having owned a EV for about 8 years, I appreciate the support the town's giving them. However, I think we, as the town, needs to be very careful and deliberate concerning the involvement in chargers. And we're right at the beginning of something, and not quite sure how it's going to go. But 3 quick points. First, I believe the private sector should take full responsibility for charging for EVs that are passing through town. That's the high-speed chargers. I don't think the town should put any high-speed chargers in. They're expensive. We already know Tesla has about 31. There's some from Rivian and EVgo. So there's a lot being done. The town is in a unique position to have a lot of chargers, because if you drive an EV coming up the hill, you need to get charged. Coming down, you need to get charged going to the lake. Second, I believe the town should focus on charging infrastructure for its own fleet, not for others. And third, a typical EV gets about 250 miles on a full charge. So I think it's important for our workers that the town focuses on planning requirements for EVs for apartments, residents, and those that can't easily install level 2 chargers at home. There may be some exceptions, but they need to be looked at closely. I think it's best for people to charge their EVs at home, and then and not necessarily at work. I know there's been some history about gas stations being at large employers and and maybe there's something like that. But in general, I think, the town should focus on its own needs and helping others or mandating others to put in chargers at apartment complexes, et cetera. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Bring it back to you, Councilmember Zabriskie.
A number of my concerns were allayed and my questions were answered.
Councilmember Henderson, we'll go to you next.
Thank you. So I will say, I have a lot of comments on this. I'll try to keep it brief. So, one, I would say, yes, we have a lot of EV charging stations that are going up in town. I work in this space, and I would say that relying on the private sector alone is challenging because it is still very disjointed in a lot of ways, especially in public charging specifically. In the EV space in general, I think a lot of people in the industry treat it as a really mature market. It is not. It is still very nascent in a lot of ways. If you look at a diffusion or adoption curve, it's here, and we're acting as though it's way over here with really, really high adoption. I will also state that many public charging stations don't work reliably. A 2022 study found that only 72.5% of public charging stations were found to be functional. That's much lower than what's typically reported by charging networks at 95 to 98%. I agree. Most people do charge their EVs at home. Even when you ask people who have huge considerations or worries about, travel distance and things like that, most of the time they're not actually making those types of distance trips. They're still charging at home. But we're also supposed to be a leader in this. That's part of our goal up on the wall there. And I think it's not just enough to take care of our own, if you will, to just take care of our own town facilities. I do think that, the study and understanding a community roadmap for what our EV charging infrastructure looks like currently and where it needs to go is really, really important. And then I'll also just end by saying that, yes, of course, we're starting to electrify our fleet. We have a very long way to go on that. And we will need, study results to understand, how much more charging, how much more capacity, how much more load we need to be able to carry at our town facilities. We won't know that without, this type of grant. So to me, I do not want to just, I am supportive of moving forward with this grant and a match that may be needed. And I do not think that it is appropriate, given the state of this market and the state of public charging, to only limit it to town-owned facilities.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
I have a lot of thoughts on this. I've quite literally just spent the last couple of months at work developing a EV charging plan for the Tahoe City Public Utility District. And a couple of my discoveries I just want to share because I think they're important to think about. One is that California Air Resources Board has dictated that we are going to transition our fleets. The target is 50% of our fleets will be EV or zero emission, to be more specific, not necessarily EV, by 2035 and 100% by 2045. We have a lot of vehicles in our fleet. That is going to require a huge amount of infrastructure. And what I have discovered is the most the best charging for the vehicle is the level 2, but it is typically not useful in a fleet vehicle. You need that fast charging. They need to be able to utilize those vehicles and turn them around really quickly. So we have to include level 3 fast charging in our infrastructure so that we have that flexibility and that availability for these vehicles to be turned around. Well, obviously, we can't turn our staff around more than 8 or plus hours a day, but our vehicles, we rely on that, on being able to do that. I also feel it is incumbent upon us with our greenhouse gas emission reduction goals to do a lot of charging at businesses, at public facilities, because when we're charging during the daylight hours, that is the cleanest energy. I actually try to not charge at home when I get home because that's between 5 and 6 o'clock, and that's when our electricity becomes the dirtiest and the least cost effective. So I think it's important that we build up this infrastructure in areas where our public is going to be during the day, wherever that might be. And I too agree. I think this is a really great application. I don't particularly feel it needs to be limited to town facilities, but I would certainly want our town facilities to be satisfied first.
Mayor, can I interrupt for a minute?
Of course.
And ask you to do something a little bit awkward.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, surprise. Our library polling consultants have to hop off for another meeting. And so we are afraid that they are going to miss presenting the results of their polling survey.
Okay.
Could we pause this item and let them have a chance to, and then come back?
Do we want to do a motion? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve item 6.6?
I move that we approve 6.6 on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Interrupt us more often.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, with that.
So once you open this item, we are going to ask that we go right to the polling consultants. And then if you have any questions for them, if you could do that immediately following their presentation.
Perfect. We'll open up item 7.1, the Truckee Library Revenue Measure polling results. And I understand we have our consultants ready to share those polling results with us now.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Dr. Tim McClarney, President of True North Research, and with me here tonight is Charles Heath.
Tim, one point of order. I do not have sharing permission if someone can give that to me.
Okay.
We're working on it now.
Thank you.
Okay. So as that's coming up, and I appreciate your flexibility this evening. Unfortunately, I have a meeting at 6:30 actually that I have to drop for another council meeting. And so I want to be able to share these results with you. We had the opportunity to conduct a survey of the community to understand kind of the level at which the community is interested in a new regional library, as well as their willingness to fund that library. And the best way to do that functionally is to put those questions in the form of a potential revenue measure. That's the most accurate way of understanding a willingness of the community to fund these types of projects. And so that was the goal of the study. Next slide, please, if you would, Charles. In terms of the methodology, we use the same methodology that we use when we've done other revenue measure studies for the town, including the TOT as well as the trails measure and the road and the transportation sales tax measure, where we reach out, we look at likely voters, those who, in this case, it was a large universe of November 2024 voters, made sure that sample was representative of the likely voters in the study area, reached out by email, text, and telephone calls for recruiting, and allowed them to participate either online or by telephone, whichever is this preference. We wound up completing just under 500 interviews, which means that the results I'll share with you today are within plus or minus 4.3% of what we would have found had we spoken with all of your likely voters. Next slide, please. So we open up, as we usually do, with an importance of issues question where we ask individuals to tell us how important each of the issues there on the slide that you see are in terms of either being extremely important, very important, somewhat important, and not all important. This is kind of a nice warm-up question in the survey, but it also allows us to understand kind of how library issues stack up against, as an issue, stacks up against some of these other issues that we know voters in Truckee tend to care about. And what you see on this slide is there's sort of 3 tiers of issues. Top of the list are reducing traffic congestion and protecting the environment and natural open space. You had 88% of respondents say that's either extremely or very important, followed on by improving the quality of education in local schools and ensuring all residents have equal access to community services. That's sort of second tier. And then the bottom 4 there are kind of in the third tier, all hovering somewhere in the 50% range with respect to the importance of issues. And what that tells us is, and you see library down there at 50%, is that although residents care about library issues, they sort of aren't in that top, echelon of things like, protecting the environment and natural open space that we know Truckee voters care deeply about. But they do nevertheless care about them as an issue. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that the best way to gauge community interest in funding a new regional library is to put it in the form of a ballot measure. And so what we did in the surveys, we actually split the sample, did 2 different versions of this measure. They're both in the form of a parcel tax measure, but one is a square footage rate. In this case, what we're testing is 6 cents per building square foot annually. The other, which is on the next slide, is a flat rate at $93. That 6 cents per square foot of buildable space and the $93 flat tax are comparable in the sense that they raise the same amount of revenue. That would be the price tag of about $30 million. So at these rates, at $93 per parcel, as well as 6 cents per buildable square foot, would actually generate enough money to cover the full cost of building a new regional library. So we want to sort of test that at the highest rate. Next slide. So that's the language we tested. Here are the results. At that initial ballot test, we had 63% of respondents tell us they would support the square footage option. Support was a little softer for the flat rate at 57%. That difference between those two sort of wanes as you go through the survey. Both of these are a bit lower, obviously, than the 2/3 threshold that would be required for a measure to be successful. Next slide. We went on to dig in to look at possible different rates that could be associated with a measure like this in the future. The 6 cents, again, is the rate that funds the full cost of the regional library build. You can see when you zero people's attention in on the rate themselves, we get a somewhat softer response. At 4 cents, it goes to 55%. And then at 2 cents, which would be about a third of the cost of building the new regional library, we get up to about 2/3. Go ahead and skip the next slide and go to the next one, Charles, if you would. Here's the flat rate version of the tax rate. So instead of testing a square foot rate of 6 cents or 4 cents or 2 cents, here we're testing $93, $63, and $31. And what's really interesting about these results is those are comparable rates in terms of the amount of money they raise, and the reaction in terms of the support levels at each level are within 1% of each other. So whether you phrase it as 6 cents per square foot when you're focusing on the rate, or you phrase it as $93 per parcel, you're getting basically the same answer. Here again, at that lowest rate we tested, which is $31 per year, we're getting 65% support, which is similar to the 66% support we found when we tested as a 2 cent rate. Next slide, please. So after doing that initial read in terms of support for this proposal, as well as sort of tax rate sensitivity, we went on to test a series of projects and services that would be part of a measure like this. The goal here is both to educate this respondent more about what the proposal would accomplish, but it's also an opportunity for us to understand of sort of all the things that a measure like this could fund in terms of improvements at the library, which of these ultimately sort of rise to the top of the list in terms of voters' priorities. Here again, you can kind of see there's almost 2 tiers here. The top 6 projects all test pretty similarly. And with the very top ones being providing dedicated spaces for children's programming and story time, and also that the library would sort of serve double purpose as an emergency operations center for disaster response and a community shelter. Next slide, please. So anytime you're testing a revenue measure study, you also have to sort of not test it in a vacuum. And what I mean by that is you need to be able to expose respondents to arguments both pro and con related to a proposal like this, because it's important that we understand not only where they are today, but where they're likely to be at the end of, say, an election cycle, where you're going to have discussion and debate on both sides of this issue. So we test a series of positive arguments here. You can see that for the most part, they all resonate, with the top argument being that the current library was built nearly 50 years ago when the population was only 2,000 individuals, and you now have 20,000 individuals in the community, and that ultimately you need a larger libraries to adequately serve the needs of the community. So after the positive arguments, we circle back on the next slide to what we call our interim ballot test. So at this point, they've heard more. We've talked about the tax rates, right? Which tends to be a bit of a wet blanket on support, but we also expanded on the types of programs and projects that can be funded, as well as tested positive arguments. And so here again, we are testing the highest tax rates as part of the measure, meaning it's a 6-cent measure at $93 per flat parcel. And what we see is that support, checks in at 60 cents. I'm sorry, at 60% for the square footage version. Flat rate versions checking in at 56%. So still solid majorities, but not quite at that 2/3 level. Again, though, we're testing the high price tag. Next slide. And then after that, we get to the negatives. And the idea here is we want to expose respondents to a series of negative arguments that you might hear from certain members of the community if you were to place this measure on a future ballot as to why it's not needed and why you shouldn't be doing it. The idea here is to see kind of pepper respondents with these and get an understanding of how that ultimately impacts their level of support. So you see some of these arguments get traction, but ultimately on the next page is what happens at your ballot tests. So after the negatives, cools us down a bit, as you might imagine. We land at 57% at the square footage version, 55% at the flat rate version. And again, both of these are being tested at the highest tax rates possible. So if you were to be lowering the tax rates, as we saw in one of the earlier slides, the support builds from there incrementally. So I guess I would hand off at this point to Charles for your slides.
Yep, happy to take it from here, Tim.
Okay, thank you.
So, and if you need to drop off, Tim, go for it. I've got a little more time flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
So just to summarize some of the key takeaways and sort of compare, what the findings are from this research to what we've seen in research for other revenue measures in Truckee. At this point, the planning for a new regional library is conceptual in nature, and kind of the overarching purpose of the surveys was to understand if the voters and the taxpayers would be willing to fund a portion of that project, and if so, what portion, and what would be their highest priorities for a new regional library. And it's interesting that when we ask about library issues, generally, they are a lower priority for voters. However, when we describe the specific improvements that would accompany a new regional library, we saw high levels of support for those sort of constituent parts. And as Tim mentioned, chief among those were dedicated space for children's programming, study rooms for students and tutoring, dedicated space for adults and senior programming, updated computers and technology, and so on. So there's some good guidance there in terms of the elements of a proposed library that the voters would be interested in funding. But of course, that key question is what portion of the cost would they be willing to foot? And as Tim mentioned, it seems as though that there's a comfort level for the tax rates that cover approximately 1/3 of the overall project cost. So in terms of next steps, I think it's important to think about what those other funding sources might look like so that as this concept is refined, we can explain to voters and taxpayers the other pieces of the funding plan and why it's important that taxpayers contribute their piece. Also, there's certainly the poll shows in a number of places that there's some room to continue educating voters around the current deficiencies in your current library and the types of benefits that would be associated with a new library. Because libraries tend to be a kind of a lower priority out of the gates, there's that opportunity to kind of shape people's thinking about what might be possible. And in particular, we noticed, as Tim pointed out, that the general theme that, the current 50-year-old library was built for a population of approximately 2,000 residents. Today, the library needs to serve about 20,000 residents. That's a compelling idea that I think provides some important context for voters for why this project is important. So, in terms of the overall feasibility of a potential measure, in the near term, we're not hitting the 2/3 mark, at least for the higher percentages of the project cost. However, we do see indications here that a future ballot measure could be viable. And so I think it's worthy of continuing to explore that as the funding plans and project plans are refined. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, I would suggest that we move on to questions with our consultants first, and then we do have 2 other brief presentations afterwards. We can do questions on those afterwards, just in terms of Charles's availability.
Sounds great. Questions, Councilmember Klövstad, any questions? Councilmember Vice Mayor Pallavi, sorry.
It's okay. Hi, Charles. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. You're becoming a familiar face at our meetings over the last 5 years. My only question for you quickly was sort of timing. You have so much experience in this field, and you're so familiar with all of our ballot measures that we've done here. Can you maybe just shed a little color commentary on sort of timing and sort of just taxpayer optimism or pessimism and sort of where that runs with the state of affairs and the economy, and especially the timing of your poll, which I'm guessing was very recent. And so, just people's uncertainty and maybe what margin of error that also incorporates into the results.
Yeah. So the poll was conducted during the spring, and certainly there's economic uncertainty out there with bank failures going on, and the looming debt ceiling issues and what that might mean for the economy. With that said, a year ago we were facing similar challenges with local revenue measures because of the impact of inflation and high gas prices and all the rest that comes with it. So, there's always a mix of different challenges out there. I think we're actually seeing more positive trends in our polling this year than we were a year ago. So, those uncertainties certainly aren't a deal breaker. But in the conversations I've had with the town and the Friends of the Truckee Library, this was more of a sort of future-looking survey where we would try to understand, how voters view the concept of a regional library, what the willingness to fund a piece of that might be. And, as we summarized, I think that there's a path forward here. There's a, potential proposal where the voters are asked to fund a piece of it. And the timing for a specific election, when you might take this issue to the voters, I think really hinges on, when that full funding plan comes together and we understand all the different components of that funding plan that we can present to voters.
That's great. I appreciate that. It's interesting that you're seeing more positive outcomes in some of the polling now. So that's really interesting. My only other quick question is, again, leaning on your incredible experience, especially on this front. Just talk to us about how much time in between different measures, just in general, we might want to consider. I think, you've heard us talking about vacancy tax. We have roads tax coming up for renewal. And in the past 5 years, we've passed 3 other taxes. So just, what do you see out there in terms of either declining or increasing support, as we start to go down the line, and sort of how much time you might recommend even between different versions of all of these different recipes and flavors that we're considering?
Well, if you look at, last year, the fire tax was on the ballot in September of 2021. We were successful with the trails tax in 22. So, kind of depending on the nature of the issue and what you're being asked to fund, voters, I think, are willing to reconsider new proposals and evaluate them on their merits. But there's no doubt about it that there's a sort of a cumulative impact of past taxes on the voters' willingness to support future measures. So, I think typically anywhere from, 6 months to a year is a good sort of lapse between proposals. So voters have time to kind of reset and think about the next round of proposals they'll be asked to consider. But obviously all of this is heavily influenced by, one, the nature of the proposal, what are you putting before voters? And, what's going on out there in the world in terms of, the political environment, the economic environment, and that changes by the day. So you just have to, sort of keep your ear to the ground on that.
Yeah, it certainly does. Thank you so much for your expert opinions, and thanks for being here tonight. That's all from me, or at least for Charles.
Councilmember Zabriskie, polling related questions?
Yes. Hi, Charles. You were saying that you think there's an opportunity to elevate broader community support. You gave an example of if more people are aware of the difference in the size of the library and the size that we need, that could increase the support for a new library.
Yeah, my point there really was, if you remember that, I know we went through the presentation fairly quickly, but there was that initial question about sort of how do you rank various community issues? And we saw traffic and protecting the environment and improving quality education at the top of the list, and libraries was toward the bottom of the list. First of all, that's a common theme that we see in virtually all communities, compared to, public safety and traffic and whatnot. Libraries just tend to be a bit of a lower priority. But then as we progressed through the survey and we started presenting to voters more detail about, here are the types of programs and services and collections and community facilities that would be available as part of this library, we saw, voters warm up to the concept. There's still significant tax rate sensitivity, so we got to keep the measure affordable for what people perceive to be affordable. But I guess in terms of with the public going forward, I think, filling in some of the detail as to, we're talking about a library, but what would happen within that library? And that's, I think, the key to making people understand why this is an important community project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Henderson?
No further questions.
All right. I think that's all our polling questions, Charles. If you need to go, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll hang out for a few minutes.
All right. And so with that, we'll go back to Hillary Hobbs.
Great. Thank you, Charles, and thanks for staying a little bit later for us tonight. So we're going to go a little bit out of order, but back to we have two other components of the presentation tonight. So I'll provide a little bit of background context on what this polling is and how this fits into the town's role in this project, and then we'll hear from the Friends of the Truckee Library. As council is aware, the town is not in the library business, but the Truckee Library is a part of the Nevada County Library System, and it's operated by Nevada County. That said, supporting regional library partnerships towards the development of a new Truckee Library facility is aligned with one of your council's adopted priorities to invest in key infrastructure and community connectivity to enhance the quality of life for everyone. Efforts to move this project forward are included in both the most recent 2021 to 2023 and the draft 2023 to 2025 work plans. As such, the town agreed to lead the initial revenue measure polling to understand the extent to which a revenue measure could help to fund a portion of the library construction. But we also wanted to highlight the fact that this polling is just one of several ways in which the town is contributing to the library effort. And we're involved on a almost daily basis, certainly a weekly basis, on a variety of different fronts for this project, including working towards JPA formation, contributing to grant writing, project design team, and project coordination, among others. So with that, I will turn it over to April Cole, who is the Library Up campaign director for the Friends of the Truckee Library. She'll provide an overview of the project funding plan that the Friends of the Library have been developing.
Okay, great. Thank you, council members, town staff. For those of you who I haven't met, I'm April Cole. I'm the campaign director for the Friends of the Truckee Library. And I'm really honored that I get the opportunity to present this to you guys tonight. We've been working really hard on being able to outline the funding plan to give you the whole picture of how this can come together. In this high-level presentation, I will address the library project community need, support, as well as the funding plan with some phasing options. Oh, there we go. All right, so Truckee needs a new library. Our current library was built in 1975 when our population was 2,000. Today, our population is 20,000. We have the same library and the maximum capacity is 54 people. Community members are turned away when seating for programs is not available. That was a library user, Bobby Specht. So not only does Truckee need a new library, I really want to share that Truckee wants a new library. Everyone has been hoping for a larger facility for many years now. With the increase in population to the Tahoe-Truckee area, we feel this is an urgent necessity now. John and Maggie Wilson. Thank you. Showcasing the broad range and far reach of this project, we have received over 20 formal endorsements from nonprofit and business organizations. Some of those include the Community Collaborative of Tahoe-Truckee, the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. Trying to look on this over here and just make sure I'm getting some good ones. SWEP, thank you, Missy. Yes, Kids Zone Museum, the Promotores Latina Leadership Program, and we're receiving new endorsements daily. I actually received a new one this morning. I tried to pop it on the slide, but I was a little too late. But beyond these endorsements, oops, I'm going too fast. We have 245 individuals who have supported us as individual luminaries and 28 business luminaries. The project also has the support of these agency partners and major funding partners. It's clear that the community needs and wants a new library, but let's all talk about the real question. How much is it going to cost? Well, let me get my details here. At this stage in the planning process, the detailed building cost has not been finalized. However, to evaluate funding and financing options for the project, Nevada County commissioned LDA partners for preliminary design concepts and construction cost estimates. It was determined that it should be anticipated that the library building costs will likely fall in the $25 to $30 million range. For the purposes of planning for funding, we're going to use the $30 million range to ensure that we are planning conservatively and ensure that any feasibility studies we do account for the full amount we need to raise. Beyond the building costs, it is estimated that the life cycle maintenance costs for the new library would be approximately $600,000 annually. To secure the funding to build the library and the maintenance costs, the core partners, which include Nevada County, Town of Truckee, and the Friends of the Truckee Library, envision 4 primary funding components: a revenue bond measure for $10 million, which you heard Charles and Timothy speak to, a capital campaign led by Friends of the Truckee Library for $10 million, grants equaling $8 million, and core partner capital contributions at $2 million. As the polling details were just presented by Charles and his team, I don't need to go into a lot of details. However, I do want to point to this slide, as I think it's really powerful. This slide shows that we could engage in a $10 million bond measure and have feasibility with that option. What I also want to note is that top number, the 51%, shows that to fund the full library, we have over 50% of the population has already said that they will support us at that level. So it's another indicator of very strong community support. The Friends of the Truckee Library has committed to engage in a capital campaign to raise $10 million. Initial capacity and affinity research, which was conducted in March 2023, has shown viability for a $10 million capital campaign. Grants and earmarks, at $8 million. In order to better qualify for grants and earmarks, quite honestly, the project needs to be construction ready. By upfront investment in this project, we collectively demonstrate support of the town, county, and our community. This is not only essential to position ourselves to qualify for these large grants, but it's essential in the success of the other funding mechanisms, our bond revenue measure and the capital campaign. To date, the core partners have committed $1.785 million. Nevada County committing $500,000 for project design and approval pre-construction and $500,000 for construction. Friends of the Truckee Library has committed $500,000 for design and approval. And we're asking the town of Truckee to continue their historical support of the new library by increasing their investment to $500,000 to match Nevada County and Friends of the Truckee Library for project design and approval services. The town of Truckee has the opportunity to make a substantial impact on this project. As suggested in the town staff report, a phasing model of work can keep us moving forward as we continue to work to raise funds per the other funding mechanisms. To match the $500,000 from the town can move the project forward by completing all design, approval, permitting work up to the creation of construction documents. If we are awarded the $1.9 million California State Building Forward Grant, say that 3 times fast, please, just try. This investment will get the project all the way through design, approval, creation of construction documents, and permitting. Together, there we go. Together, we really can build the library that our community needs and wants. Questions?
And Madam Mayor, before we move on to council questions, I just wanted to highlight our recommendations or staff recommendations this evening. The first is to accept the voter opinion survey report for the Truckee Library revenue measure. And second is to direct staff to continue to contribute staff time to collaborative efforts to support the design and development of the new Truckee Library facility. To clarify, the Friends have made a funding request that will be considered as part of our budget approval process. So we'll discuss that at our budget workshop on June 13th and at the budget approval on June 27th.
Thank you very much. Thank you, April, for that presentation. So with that, we will go to additional questions, and I will start this way this time. Councilmember Zabriskie.
And so the funding request would be the $215,000?
That's correct.
At that
The
time.
$285,000 that was referenced was approved in last budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
April, I have just a quick question. Sorry to make you jump back up there. Just how did you assess the viability of the $10 million capital campaign versus $8 million or $12 million or something else entirely?
Absolutely. Well, what we did is we took a look once we got the survey results and understood that there was viability at a revenue bond measure for $10 million. We looked at the total amount. So to be fair, what we did is look and see, can we raise $10 million? So we had a working goal established and looked to see if we could reach that particular goal. So I didn't look to see if I could get 8 million, 9, 10. I was like, can we make $10 million happen?
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
My only question, and it's not, I don't want to have a budget discussion tonight, so I'm going to be very clear and maybe just take this opportunity to ask April one question. Great presentation. Why so few public entities? I just saw the county, the Friends, and the town. Why no airport listed, for example, with their big surpluses or anybody else to cover some of those gaps, at least initially?
The airport is an agency partner. Mm-hmm. So are you asking beyond being an agency partner?
Precisely, like for that $285,000, for example.
That's a very good question. Do you want, Kath has the specifics on.
When we said, excuse me, Kathleen Egan, thank you for your time
Thank
and
you,
interest.
Kathleen.
When we listed endorsements, we wanted to be clear. We have never asked the airport for an endorsement specifically. So we don't want to, if we did, I think we would probably get one because they are very interested and have been very interested and have funded us for the last 2 years. And we will be applying again this year for an agency partnership grant. But true to the word endorsement, we have not asked for an endorsement, so we wouldn't want to put their name up as an endorser. However, they are an agency partner and a funder, major funder for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Councilmember Klopstad.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I too am curious about the $10 million fundraising goal, and I'm sure you have some ideas of how you plan to execute on that. Can you share any of those?
I did make everything very condensed to give the big high level overview picture. I have very specific information on how we achieve that goal and how we intend to reach that goal. It'll be a very big lift and an extensive effort, starting with community outreach and engagement as far as broad community outreach in the community, which we've already started, and that's what we're seeing in these endorsement letters, which you're seeing. There is a strategic capital campaign that is being planned. We have a timeline set out that has been established based on the JPA identified goals for timing for the project, as far as if we are looking to run parallel similar times with the bond measure, when do we want to break ground for the library? So what we've done is pulled back from there and really set up a very strategic plan and specific outreach with major donors, specific outreach with those that have been identified as being able to contribute at this level. So a lot of great research and data, which I'd be happy to share with you. I didn't include it in the slide again to keep it to a very nice little 5-minute package.
Yes, I would love to see any of the data you're willing to share with us. I just assume that it's more than a bake sale here and there, and you have some very committed large donors kind of tagged with the anticipation that once we have a bond measure to lean on, you have these large donors to tap into. Is that accurate?
Yes, we have a very professional, strategic capital campaign plan, which has been outlined with potential identified donors and with research and data has presented that we would be able to successfully raise $10 million.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to the information. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Lindsay.
Thank you very much. I have a question, but I feel like it might be, or maybe, I don't know. No, actually, it might be you. So, we saw the polling results and more education is going to be done. You guys are going to be doing your fundraising. Town continues to work. And then is it anticipated there would be another poll before you would go back out to the ballot again? I just wanted to find out about that.
It is. It is anticipated.
Got it. All right. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will open.
Mayor Romack, I'm so sorry to interrupt. May I ask one follow-up question to Vice Mayor Palaviz? Because I'm just not sure if I'm clear on the answer. So I hear that the airport and some others are agency partners. I think part of the funding that I saw was $2 million, and that's Friends of the Friends and the county and the town. Is that correct?
Correct.
To make that $2 million. And I don't know if you were trying to go in this direction, or maybe I was just unclear. But is the airport part of that $2 million, or are there other agencies that are going to contribute to that?
Very good question.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Those that are agency partners or major funding partners are already contributing at high levels to the community engagement campaign with the Friends of the Truckee Library. There's potential for additional funding when we get to shovel ready. I think we all know what kind of a big level project this is, and understanding the investment phase versus once we have a project to permitting. And so with the core partners who are putting in the time and effort to get us to this point, the ask is that the town continues and county and FOTL continues to get us to the point of permitting. So the opportunity to make asks at the construction time is there. So did that answer your question,
That
Courtney?
does, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to ask one more first, because
Ask as
now I'm
many.
thinking about this math.
I brought back up too.
Thank you. So I think it said Nevada County had committed $500,000 and $500,000 for construction, so that's $1 million. You're asking for the town, which I know we're talking about at budget, but that we would be 500, and then you would do 500 is that the 2 million?
Yes.
Okay. So any additional funding partners would be on top of that. Okay. If that all worked out, that pie. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I think my question is probably for staff. Of that 285 that they're requesting, or that's going to be in our budget, what amount of that is actually fees and internal costs versus direct outflow to the Friends of the Library?
That is direct
The whole
outflow.
thing?
Yeah, so that would
So we
go.
haven't even accounted for fees or any of that yet?
We have, so the amount that is currently approved in our budget is in addition to the amount that we're paying for the polling we just did. We have 285 for consultant studies and 50,000 for fee subsidies. The request from the Friends of the Library is for an additional 215,000 for consultant studies. So that's really to contribute towards the design.
We've already budgeted for the fees, which was what I thought.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Okay. I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have some? What were you?
Any other
okay.
questions?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, April
Thank
and
you.
Kathleen. So now we will open it up to public comment. If anyone has a public comment on this item, you are welcome to come to the podium. Please state your name. As always, you will have 3 minutes. The timer is over there. So don't all rush to the podium, but if anyone would like to say something, come on up. All right. Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back up here. We will go to Councilmember Klövstad first.
Thank you. It's very interesting to see what our community is interested in. I think the timing of this was a bit unique, that there was a huge sensitivity to traffic issues. That might not be the case if we repeated the survey at some other time. That being said, this is something that we as a community have been working towards for a long time. I'm certainly in support of the staff's recommendations, accepting the voter opinion survey, and directing staff to continue to contribute staff time to this effort. I am very interested in making sure that we can get to that finish line. That's the reason for my line of questioning. We just deliberated over $300,000 match grant for EV infrastructure, and this far exceeds that. I want to make sure this donation, or this money that we are planting a seed with, will grow. So I'm very interested in that and looking forward to the additional information to validate that process.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of moving forward. We've come this far, so it doesn't make sense to stop yet. My 2 comments are really easy. I'm a broken record. One is I want to talk about all of our ballot measures at one time at some point in the near future when we have all of the information in front of us. I think we're waiting on vacancy tax to come back, hopefully in August or September. But at the same time, I've been asking staff, I'll continue, just to make it clear, like having that sales tax renewal, having all of the information in one place to be able to look out 3, 4, 5 years of what type of tax revenue we're considering and adopting and moving forward, and in essence, adding costs onto whatever it may be, sales tax, owning property, whatever. I just want to make sure we're not having individual taxing conversations in isolation. That's my only concern with all of this moving forward. We can talk about the additional support during budget. I don't think that's appropriate right now, but in terms of what's in front of us today, I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klövstad?
Yeah, actually, Vice Mayor Pallavi, thank you for reminding me that I wanted to point out something else that I think we should make sure we're taking into consideration in that discussion, is also what other taxes are showing up on our tax bills, and when they will expire, and what comes off in the next 5 to 10 years versus what we might add to it. I think that could be very enlightening in our discussions.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
When I look at all the community organizations that now support a new library and the number of luminaries as that increases, and just the points that are made in those 20 letters that were attached to the FOTL submission, the contents of those, it affirms that all this effort that began some 15 or 20 years ago with the soup nights is starting to bear fruit. This is a project long in the making, and I think in terms of Hillary's comment, the town is not in the library business, but I think she's talking about the operation of the library, which is what the county would be doing. And we already have 76 municipalities in the state of California that are running their own libraries because they took the destiny and put it in their own hands. And we know we cannot rely on the county to entirely pay for the construction of this library. They're putting in $1 million over 2 years to get us to putting a shovel in the ground. A library is a basic governmental service. It's a civic institution, and it's really fantastic that the town has an opportunity to work with so many individuals, organizations, and sister agencies to make it happen. We are not doing this in a vacuum, but I feel we are pretty much essential. We have a responsibility to lead the way because we are the town. It may be a county library, but it's for the town of Truckee and the region around us. So looking ahead, this is an opportunity to rededicate ourselves to really having a library that the town deserves, and I think we need to look at ourselves to make it happen. In terms of looking at other potential tax measures, I did hear Charles Heath say that you need to allow 6 months to a year to elapse generally to reduce the taxpayer's natural aversion to be paying greater and greater taxes for one thing after another. But the primary thing is the merits of the project itself. I think I heard Charles say that, or he came close enough to saying it. I'm going to attribute it to him because I share that opinion as well. We need to look at the merits of the project and ask ourselves, is this in the community's interest, and will the community support it? So certainly that's all to say. I'm ready to adopt staff's recommendations tonight and move forward.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson.
So if I may, Councilmember Zabriskie stimulated one more question for me. You know, I think your comment was really, really spot on that this isn't just for Truckee. This is for a much broader region. I just want to confirm the polling was only within Truckee's jurisdictional boundary, or did we end up going broader than that?
We did end up going broader, so we included the area of Nevada County, Truckee, as well as the rest of the Truckee Fire Protection District. So that goes a little beyond town boundaries. We also went into the Martis Valley in cooperation with Placer County, included Martis Valley and North Star areas of Placer County.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, first, I just want to say, April, Kathleen, Louise, thank you so much for being here tonight. It has been quite a journey. You have worked so incredibly hard, and I'm thrilled that we're at this stage. I do believe in this deeply. I believe in it for our community. I absolutely agree with some of my fellow council members' comments that there are some things to be considered related to making sure we can really hit that $30 million mark if we're putting a tax measure out, the timing of it. Councilmember Pallavi, I second having that conversation around all of the tax measures and looking at it really holistically. But this is about so much more than books. We've said that many, many times. This is a center for our community. This is resilience for our community. It's economic development and capacity. It's education. It's equity. I mean, there is so much that this project truly is for our community. I am fully in support of staff's recommendations tonight. I look forward to having the conversation when we get to budget about the additional ask from the Friends, and hopefully a future conversation as well, just to look at tax measures holistically, because constituents in our community aren't experiencing one tax measure in a vacuum. They do end up having cumulative effects. But again, thank you for your efforts and for all of the partners. We have a lot of staff who have worked an incredible number of hours on this. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I will echo the thanks to all that have worked so hard on this, appreciated the presentation and all the efforts going into the polling and everything else that all of you have been doing. So thank you for that. I agree with Vice Mayor Pallavi, Councilmember Klovstad, of looking at tax measures holistically, along with, I think that's a great idea too, what is falling off property tax rolls, so we all just have a really good understanding. But I wholeheartedly support staff's recommendations to continue to move forward with working with the Friends of the Library in Nevada County on this exciting project. And with that, I don't know, we need a motion because we accepted, or would you prefer we make a motion?
It's always cleanest to make a motion.
All right,
so.
would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the voter opinion survey summary report for Truckee Library revenue measure, and that we direct staff to continue to contribute staff time to collaborative efforts to support the design and development of a new Truckee library facility.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, with that, would council members like to take a quick break, or are we good? I'm seeing yes. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back for item 7.2. All for sticking around for item 7.2. This is single-use water bottle policy recommendations. And I believe we have Melanie and Aaron to lead us on this one.
Yes, good evening, council and members of the public. For those of you that haven't met me, I'm Erin Brewster. I'm the new Sustainability Program Manager here. And we are here tonight to provide some recommendations for reducing single-use water bottles. And I will let Mel start off the presentation.
All right, good evening. So I'm going to start off with just some background information. As council is well aware, sustainability is a big priority. Waste reduction and litter reduction has also been echoed throughout the community as a community priority as well. So with that, council adopted a single-use foodware reduction ordinance in November of last year. That ordinance will be fully in effect in January of 2024. And around that same time, the city of South Lake Tahoe passed a plastic water bottle ordinance, which inspired our council to look further into doing something similar here in Truckee. So as we all know, litter has significant environmental impacts. A majority of litter is actually food and beverage packaging. And League to Save Lake Tahoe discovered that plastic water bottles are in the top 5 items that they find as litter on Lake Tahoe beaches. And then interestingly, in 2020, the Tahoe Environmental Research Center did studies of the lake water in Lake Tahoe and discovered microplastics in every one of their samples. So this is really significant in showing that plastics that are found as litter are ending up as microplastics in our environment and persisting for a really long time. So besides the end-of-life impacts of all products we use, there's also significant impacts from the production side. So the chart on the left here shows an example of a disposable product. About 80% of the energy that goes into it comes from the production side. So there's significant environmental impacts that come from producing a product before we even get to use it. So that kind of leads to the second graph here on the right that shows source reduction is the top priority in the zero waste hierarchy. If we are able to minimize the amount of waste we produce, we're eliminating all of those impacts we see on the left side. And then the second best would be reuse. If we're able to reuse a product more than once, that 80% energy input on the production side gets to be reduced for every time we reuse a product. And those two strategies are more preferred over recycling and composting because we're still using energy to turn products into something new through recycling and composting. So our strategies moving forward are really focusing on reduction and reuse. With that, there are over 20 cities across the country that have passed a single-use plastic water bottle ban. 5 of those have gone further and banned additional bottles, additional beverages packaged in plastic. And that all started with Concord, Massachusetts back in 2012. So with council direction, staff looked into a potential policy like this here in Truckee, and we initiated a community engagement process. We coalesced a stakeholder committee. Included in that were grocery store representatives, convenience store representatives, special event operators, healthcare representatives, members of the public, our town DEI staff, and our town emergency operations staff. We held 2 stakeholder meetings and got a lot of great feedback on how a policy like this would impact each of those individual sectors. We also hosted broader community outreach and had a community meeting where we had a lot of students involved, which was great to see. And we had a community survey as well, which this all took place earlier this year. So Aaron's going to get into a bit more on the survey results.
So we received 637 survey responses. Our survey was open to residents, businesses, and visitors. Most of our responses were from residents of Truckee. Overall, most respondents indicated that they rarely or never use single-use plastic water bottles. And the majority of residents and visitors said they use their reusable water bottle most days. However, there were significant differences between the Spanish language and English language survey results. Spanish language speaking respondents reported much higher use of single-use plastic water bottles, especially at work and at home. And they also reported a higher likelihood of switching to other beverages if single-use water bottles were not available, which could have negative health impacts. Due to the differences in survey methodology, small sample size from Spanish language respondents, and other factors, staff believes further research is needed to determine the cause of these differences. So staff recommends additional engagement with potentially impacted communities to better understand these barriers to using reusable bottles and to inform the best strategies to reduce the use of single-use plastic bottles. As part of the community survey, we asked respondents to express their support for 4 different policy options for regulating single-use plastic bottles. The options that had the most community support were a ban on the retail sale of smaller volume single-use plastic water bottles and a ban on these bottles at special events. The least popular option was a ban on all smaller volume water in any type of single-use packaging. So to go into our staff recommendations, our first recommendation is to create a comprehensive outreach and incentive program to support the shift from single-use to reusable water bottles. Our research indicates that these supportive measures are critical to the success of any ban on plastic water bottles, and so we recommend prioritizing development of these initiatives. Next, we recommend developing an ordinance prohibiting the sale and commercial distribution of single-use plastic water bottles or paper cartons. This would apply to businesses and other commercial entities, including at special events. And the 1-gallon threshold is proposed for regional consistency with the ban in South Lake Tahoe. Based on community input, we recommend including paper or aseptic carton packaging in the ban in addition to the plastic bottles, as this type of packaging is not recyclable in Truckee. And our community respondents indicated that recyclability of packaging was a high priority for them in terms of environmental impacts. Our third recommendation is to include exemptions for emergencies, organizations providing social services, healthcare facilities, and other situations impacting the health and safety of community members in any ban. Based on conversations with our emergency services staff and other stakeholders, the proposed ban is not expected to impact community preparedness for emergencies. In addition to the emergency exemption, we do want to note that, as proposed, the ban would not apply to larger volume bottles of water in any packaging, and our emergency services staff would still be able to obtain water from Cal OES and other sources outside the community in an emergency. Additionally, staff recommends providing an update to council 1 year after the effective date of the ordinance to report back on its effectiveness and the impacts on residents, businesses, and visitors. This would also provide an opportunity to consider any recommended changes to the ordinance or the accompanying outreach and incentive programs. Given that the ban in South Lake Tahoe is not yet in effect, it's difficult to fully anticipate the impacts of this policy. And while we have endeavored to anticipate and mitigate any potential negative impacts in our proposed policies, this report back will serve as an important checkpoint to ensure any ordinance is achieving its desired outcomes. We also recommend exploring options to expand the ban to include other types of plastic bottled beverages. There, as you saw from our previous slide in the survey results, there was still strong support from the community for a broader beverage ban, broader bottle ban, such as those adopted in the Martha's Vineyard communities. However, this is a much more complex policy to develop and implement, and it may not yield the same environmental benefits as a water bottle ban, since there are limited opportunities to refill reusable bottles with other beverage types. Accordingly, staff recommends conducting additional research into options for the broader ban and reporting back to council with those options as part of the 1-year update. At this time, our anticipated timeline for implementation would be to prioritize additional community engagement and development of an incentive and outreach program beginning in summer 2023. And this would allow for these supportive programs to be in place before an ordinance is developed, and also allow for sufficient staff capacity to support implementation of existing policies and programs, such as the foodware ordinance measures that go into effect January 1st of next year. And then we anticipate being able to bring a draft ordinance for council consideration in winter 23-24. So with that, we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Mel. Vice Mayor Pallavi, any questions to start off?
Is it anticipated that we're going to do like our own branded water bottles as well? I know that's been successful in other communities. I'm just wondering, I didn't see that sort of in terms of like the collateral, I guess, part of the equation. What's your plan for collateral? How about we'll just keep it broad?
Sure. So we have been in discussions with the other regional partners, including the Drink Tahoe Tap campaign. And that is certainly replicating a similar branded campaign here in Truckee, or sort of participating in that broader Drink Tahoe Tap campaign are options we would definitely consider. We did include some funding for measures such as that in the proposed budget, anticipating that that is something we might want to pursue. We also would recommend funding for water refill stations for events, development of a regional refill station map, and a few other measures, but definitely in collaboration with the regional agencies.
It's not really a question, but we all know our water doesn't come from Tahoe, right? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Any reason why I understand, parts of healthcare certainly can't adhere to something like this, but for example, where would like the hospital cafeteria fall? Is that considered actual healthcare, or is that considered like something separate, like their retail store type of thing?
Mm-hmm. So that's a great question. We did discuss that with our healthcare representatives. If it is a food facility separate from the rest of the healthcare facility, we could, look at whether or not it makes sense to apply this ban to the food facility and the cafeteria. We do know they do already use reusable and refillable containers in that facility as much as possible. The concerns that we heard expressed from our healthcare representatives in the stakeholder committee were really specific to patient care, and then emergency preparedness, because they're required, I believe by either state or federal law, to keep a supply of water on hand for emergencies. So those are the functions we would be looking to make sure to exempt.
Yeah, I guess I certainly understand, warehousing of emergency materials. I guess a little bit less so, in certain types of patient care. So I would just maybe, it's not really a question, but, is that something else we could look at, in that 1-year review, would be how can we continue to expand the program and not just have sort of like blanket exemptions, because that's how we've done business in the past. Like, oh, healthcare, they can't do this, right? But I would argue, there's a lot of waste that comes out of our healthcare system, and this would be a small piece of reducing some of that. But I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Right. I wanted to explore the potential negative effects of the adoption, looking at what you described as the environmental impacts and then an equity issue. On the environmental impacts, the Beverage Association, the Grocers Association, or the Bottled Water Association submitted a comment, and they were asserting that actually the plastic containers, the PET plastic containers, have a life cycle production of greenhouse gases that's less than other packaging, and that the PET plastics have a smaller environmental footprint. And they cited some studies. Can you address those parts of their comment?
Sure. So we haven't reviewed all the specific studies that they cited in that letter, but Mel did a lot of research, and I want to thank her for that as we were looking into this originally, and did examine several other life cycle studies. And, as we state in the report, there really isn't a great disposable packaging option. And so when we're looking to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reduce overall environmental impact, that's really going to come from source reduction, from reducing the overall generation of single-use items and switching to reusable and refillable items. And so that's where the main environmental benefit comes. And that's also in the research, we do want to emphasize that there are studies that demonstrate these bans can be effective in doing that when they are paired with an appropriate education and outreach campaign and infrastructure like refill stations.
Okay, and so that goes to my the second concern, and that's the equity concern of causing people to simply switch to less healthy beverages. Mm-hmm. I guess sweetened beverages or something like that. How do we avoid these negative effects?
That's a great question, and that's definitely a concern that was raised by the stakeholder committee as well. There are a lot of examples of studies, and I will say these were primarily university campuses where it's a much more closed system and easier to kind of get data on this, but that show, again, with that education and outreach campaign and promoting reusable water bottles, that that you can avoid that switch to other beverages. And it also showed that without those supporting measures, that is much more of a concern.
Okay, and so that's partly why I think your report indicates the two big aspects of the implementation to make it successful is having the drinking fountain, the refill stations, and then an educational campaign. That's sort of what we're banking on to succeed in our goals.
Correct, and that's why staff is recommending prioritizing development of those measures to make sure we have time to have those programs in place before the ordinance is developed.
And then you're recommending that you come back in at least a year. Is there an outside date? No, did you say at least a year? Or you want to wait at least a year?
With the proposed ordinance or with the report back?
With well, I think they were going to be about the same time.
So with the proposed ordinance, we're anticipating this coming winter, probably early 2024 for a first reading, and then reporting back 1 year after the effective date of the ordinance on the implementation.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I do have some additional questions, and I know I probably shouldn't since I sat on the stakeholder committee, but just appreciated, how the staff report came together. There's a lot of good content in there, and thank you to all of our stakeholders who participated in that 6-month engagement. So a few questions. Your first slide about plastic bottles being in the top 5 types of litter found on Tahoe beaches. Do we have any data that disaggregates what % of those bottles are plastic water bottles versus other types of plastic bottles?
I don't think so. So that's data from League to Save Lake Tahoe and from their litter cleanups. Yeah. We can look into that further, but I don't recall if they specified that out.
Okay, thank you. It could be worthwhile as we, since we're not going to see an ordinance for a little while, to understand exactly, where we're seeing all of those litter impacts. For the additional beverages, plastic bottle beverages that were banned in the other jurisdictions that you looked at, can you just clarify which beverages in plastics those actually included? I know in some places it really focuses on sugary soft drinks, carbonated drinks. I mean, can you just kind of expand upon that?
Yeah, so what we've seen in those jurisdictions, like Aaron said, they're all on Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts. And they define soft drinks as a drink where there's added sugar and added carbonation. So that's what they're going off of. So those cities ban bottled plastic bottled water and plastic bottled soft drinks.
So things like the staff report mentioned, like juice boxes for kids or smoothies or small milk containers for kids, those were not banned in those jurisdictions, correct?
No, it would just include the carbonated and flavored or sweetened water.
Okay, thank you. And then for respondents who were either very supportive or somewhat supportive of the different options that we tested in the survey, can you just confirm the percentage that supported smaller volume single-use water bottles versus all smaller volume single-use bottles? I feel like it's like maybe 68 to 76%. Am I seeing that roughly right?
So for very supportive, it looks like
very and somewhat.
Yes, very and somewhat. Unfortunately, I don't have the spreadsheet with the exact numbers, but yes, it is. I'd say 68% for the all bottled beverages and 77 for the water bottles.
Okay, so roughly 50 people different based on the 637 survey. Okay. Did we end up adding that question to the survey for demographics, for age?
We did. Unfortunately, the vast majority of respondents had already answered before we added that question. So the sample size was so small, we couldn't really disaggregate the results by age.
Sure. Okay. And then can you confirm how many total Spanish language respondents we had out of the 637? And I know it's mixed mode as well. So
I want to say it was like 15 to 20.
Oh, 14. It was 14.
Did that include the intercepts?
All the Spanish language results were intercept surveys.
So just 14?
Yes.
Okay. So this is more of a comment, but I just want to say it right now, if that's okay. We have to be really cautious in saying things like there are significant differences between our English language and Spanish language respondents. We don't have enough sample size to make claims about levels of significance. And then I'd also just say for us up here is that we also can't extrapolate those Spanish language results of 14 people to our Spanish language community. Again, we don't have an adequate sample size to assume any type of representation amongst our community. So as you mentioned, some additional data collection, that might be something we want to prioritize. Okay, so my last question on the data is, it sounds like the ordinance, the first reading wouldn't come to us until the winter of 23-24. Did I see that right in the timeline? Great. And then could we, as we're doing some of the education and outreach and developing some of the infrastructure, could we also be collecting some of that additional data in advance of that ordinance coming to actually inform that ordinance? So collecting more data amongst our Spanish language community members, collecting more data on, this graph up here, almost 70% of respondents do support a ban on all smaller volume plastic bottled beverages. It is not limited to water. That's a very high percentage of people who support. Could we collect additional data before the ordinance comes on, do we want to be looking at those carbonated drinks? Do we want to, what do we want to include within that if we went down that road in an ordinance?
So we certainly could, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking about not just doing additional engagement about the water bottle ban, but on the recommendations to do a broader ban. Is that correct?
Right, because I think what this data shows to me is that we actually have very high support amongst these survey respondents, and of course they're self-selecting, right? But almost 70% of respondents are somewhat or very supportive of that type of a ban, right? So if we're listening to our community and listening to the feedback that we're getting, I just want to make sure we're investigating those options in response to what our community is saying to us. And we heard that one of the community groups. I know I was at that one. It was a lot of our youth that showed up, but every single, Missy, maybe you were at that one, I think. Every single one of the youth who was there, they all put their dot on the wall under ban all of these things, right? And they even talked about the challenges of like, yes, we like to have Gatorade for sports and things like that, but we'd rather you ban it. So I just want to make sure that we're being responsive to our community.
Absolutely. So we do, as we say, in the staff report, recognize that there is also enough support for that broader ban to look into it, and we can certainly begin doing that research when we do the engagement starting this summer. It's the other feedback we heard in the stakeholder committee was that if we did want to look into a broader ban, it should be a phased approach, starting with just water bottles and then looking at expanding. So the reason we've proposed doing the phases in this way is that a broader ban is just a much more complex policy. We have to decide which beverages we're including and not including, and which packaging types. Is it going to be just plastic bottles? Would it also we be including those aseptic cartons? Is the same volume threshold? Because I will say the volume threshold for the Martha's Vineyard bans is smaller. It's about 1 liter or 34 ounces. And it would have a very different impact on special events. And so those are all the types of things we would want to do additional community engagement around. And that's a much more extensive engagement process. And so we feel that may push back the timeline on developing an ordinance that includes the broader ban. So we could do that, but it would mean we might have to take a little more time before we come back with that first proposed ordinance.
Okay, thank you. It's really helpful. I really appreciate it. I know it's a lot of questions.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Councilmember Klövstad and then Councilmember Zabriskie. We can come back. Councilmember Klövstad.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple real easy ones. I just want to make sure that this is stated for the community. But I did see the comment from the California Grocers Association, and it says on behalf of Truckee grocers, they wrote that letter. So I know they participated in the committee meetings and expressed their opposition during that meeting, but I'm wondering if we actually got any actual comments from Truckee grocers that opposed this potential policy or had any concerns.
So we had two grocers from Truckee in the stakeholder working group, representatives from Raley's and Grocery Outlet. As of around, I think the last time I checked was probably around 3 p.m. I did not see any public comment from individual grocers in Truckee. I believe the statement that on behalf of Truckee grocers is expressing that they are the California Grocers Association and therefore representing all grocery stores, including those that would be affected by this proposed policy.
Understood. And just so the community knows, I did reach out to them and ask them specifically if they had any grocers in Truckee that signed on to this letter of opposition. And I just checked again, and I have not heard anything back. So the community understands.
And can I just add on to that a little bit? Because I think the point you're trying to make, we did send out the recommendations that we were proposing to the committee about a month in advance to give enough time for committee members to provide feedback if they were objectionable to the recommendations. And we didn't hear from the grocery representatives after that email as well.
Yeah. Excellent point, Jen. You anticipated my question. Thank you. And just similar to businesses in general, we haven't received any negative comments on this potential policy that anybody's aware of. I haven't received any.
So, we certainly heard concerns as part of the stakeholder engagement process, and we did our best to address those concerns with some of the exemptions.
Yeah, like the healthcare and emergency response. Absolutely.
Yes. That said, there were some concerns just about, from the, I would say, like the convenience store representatives expressing that is a significant percentage of their sales. And so there are some impacts that we would not be able to mitigate.
I think one of the things that we talked about in the committee was just giving them enough time to reshuffle their shelves because it takes a lot of volume, and we certainly built that in. We responded to that concern in the
Yeah, so we've proposed, we've proposed allowing for an approximate implementation timeline similar to South Lake Tahoe, which is roughly 18 months from adoption to effective date. That is a long on-ramp. And we did not receive any official public comments from businesses, either stakeholder committees or otherwise, that I saw in opposition.
So the only two oppositions that I've registered were the California Grocers Association and the International Bottled Water Association. Is that you're consistent with yours? And I believe at last count we had 15 written in public comments and support. So that's great. Could we just go to the timeline real quick? So, kind of playing off of Councilmember Henderson's questions, what other research and methods do you anticipate doing, and is that planned for this summer? Is that the intention?
Yes, we would probably want to do some additional intercept surveys to see and try to get a larger volume of responses in a variety of, outside of a variety of grocery stores and other places that sell Singus water bottles. We were only able to do one intercept survey, and that's, we do want to make sure we're accounting for self-selection bias. It's can't ever really, I mean, they still have to opt into taking the survey, but it can give us a little bit of a better representative sample than an online survey. So that is something we would be looking to do this summer. And that would also help us get more responses, hopefully, from visitors, because we didn't, as I said, our online survey results were overwhelmingly from residents.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, can we go to a Truckee Thursday? Can we go to a concert in the park or a special event? And okay.
Yeah.
That's the type of stuff you're thinking about too.
Yes. So really in-person intercept surveys, and when we're already out in the community doing engagement, those would be great opportunities for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie, did you have more questions?
Yeah, I'm following up on the last two lines of questions. Do we have any data on the volume of sales for single-use plastic bottles and their alternatives?
Here in Truckee?
Yes.
We did include some questions in our survey for businesses about that, but our sample size is very small for the business responses, unfortunately.
And there's no publicly available data?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
If you don't mind. I
Sure.
think we could extract some data from the Clean Up the Lake data set, because they do identify specifically, glass bottles, cans, plastic bottles, and they track that data very succinctly, very, very clearly. So we could probably extract some from there of at least how much we're retrieving from our lake.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get at if there's any way we can look at what the level of opposition might be to a ban based on the actual consumption of what it is we're banning.
I think that's data we would have to get from individual businesses.
And they'd be reluctant to provide it, maybe. We don't know.
We didn't try. We did our informal survey, but we didn't request official numbers.
Maybe a good question too for the International Bottled Water Association. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
And I would just add, I think the reason for this coordinated outreach program, incentive program, is to help people understand how to avoid buying plastic water bottles. So I don't know that somebody buying a water bottle, this is me making a comment right now, but somebody buying a water bottle is in opposition. Maybe they are just not aware of where the refill stations are. So just food for thought. A few questions. So on this timeline, coming back to do the first reading of the ordinance in winter 23-24, and I heard you say, and I think it's in the staff report,
18 months. So we would be looking at it going into effect probably summer of 25.
Approximately, yes,
Potentially.
depending on when we're able to bring that draft for consideration. I think we would ideally want to try to have that become effective before the summer season. So we'll try to work on the best timing for that.
Okay, thank you. And then visitors and outreach for this survey, and then maybe other surveys too, do we work with Visit Truckee Tahoe for them to disseminate and/or through our STR permit holders or things like that?
Yeah, Visit Truckee Tahoe did support us sharing out the survey to their audience. I think utilizing the short-term rental list is a good idea as well, although I guess that goes to owners and not the guests. But yeah, Visit Truckee Tahoe has been a partner in the survey.
Great. Because I know again, this is a comment, but when I've traveled with people from other places that have bad water, when they go to a place, they often just buy bottled water. And so also just working with STR permit holders maybe to have more messaging available of our water's really good here, something like that. Then another question, just sparkling water. You kind of mentioned a comment about when Councilmember Henderson was asking about other beverages. Are we contemplating that this would include sparkling water, or is this just still water, flat water, whatever?
So our proposal for the initial phase of the ordinance would be just still unflavored, non-sparkling water. As written, the broader beverage bottle bans in the Martha's Vineyard communities would apply to sparkling water as well if it has either a flavor or a sweetener added.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that is it. Any other questions? All right, with that, we will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make a public comment? I'll remind you again, please state your name. You will have 3 minutes, and the timer is over there.
All right. Thank you. I'm John Sorensen. My wife, yeah. Yeah. Okay, start over. I'm John Sorensen. My wife and I have been full-time residents in Truckee since 2009. So thank you, Mayor Romack and council members and staff for putting this item on the list. You have a very busy schedule, so it's great that you have this one too. I'm here speaking in favor of Truckee pursuing prohibition of single-use plastic bottles for 2 very good reasons. Number one, single-use plastic degrades, as has been said, in tiny particles that pollute every element of our environment, our atmosphere, our water, and our soils. The huge plastic islands that are accumulating in our oceans are a worldwide threat to ocean life. Microplastics pollute our food and in turn our bodies. The second one is plastic is made out of petroleum, as you know, and every stage from pumping oil to when it ends up in the dump creates greenhouse gases that are being generated from this. And thus plastics in general add to the growing threat that we have of climate change. In an NPR broadcast entitled Plastic Wars, it was reported that oil companies, the makers of plastics, number one, had serious doubt that recycling would ever be viable. So they promoted cycling anyway to keep plastic bans, such as this one being discussed here, at bay. However, they knew that the more plastic that is recycled, the less money that they will make on new plastic. They would prefer that we throw everything away after one use, as in the form of single-use bottles. And as we keep consuming, as we do, the fossil fuel companies spending money on ads and public relations to promote newer and larger use of plastics, they predict that their production will be tripled by 2050. In other words, a lot more plastics is coming. So none of this is surprising.
course, fossil fuel companies are not concerned about being good ancestors, but we are. So as a community, let's do what we can to reduce all our uses of fossil fuel-based products in many steps. And as our next step, let's eliminate the sale of single-use plastic bottles here in Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, audience, and staff. My name is Madonna Dunbar. I'm the executive director of the Tahoe Water Suppliers Association, and we are the folks that have been bringing to the communities Drink Tahoe Tap for more than 15 years. Our local water providers provide us with very safe and affordable drinking water. I love the note in the memo that every business and home in Truckee has great water coming to their tap. So we have safe, affordable drinking water in our region, and there really is very little need in the region for us for having this flood of packaged waters that we're seeing. Tahoe Water Suppliers has been championing Drink Tahoe Tap for more than 15 years. And I like the idea, I like the sound of Drink Truckee Tap. Now, our slogan is trademarked. We're happy to work with you on making sure that we can share our messaging. But I went out on a limb many years ago and trademarked a product that was not in a package because it was such a good product. And lo and behold, years later, I'm like, well, that was a weird idea, but maybe it's really useful. I do want to take a second to give kudos to your staff. They have done a fantastic job on putting together the benefits and the challenges of the single-use ban for the council to consider. They have done a tremendous job in that memo. It's really, really good. The first time I heard about not having bottled water in Truckee was actually about 10 years ago. There was a North Lake Tahoe leadership group, and they had an action plan of unbottled Truckee. So here we are 10 years later, and we're really excited to be hearing about it here. The time is right for us to go further. We know how many bottles, there's volumes of bottles being used once, and we all see the impacts of litter in the community. Source reduction is the key. I'm here to offer the Tahoe Water Supplier Association resources of staff, myself and my crew, to help. If the council directs staff with the recommendations, we want to be helping you do this. We have a water bottle refill station grant program. We're happy to share all the specs and how we do it. We have some outreach and education, and we can only do better if we go bigger. The map, something we've been working on too. What a great resource for people coming so they can find the water easily. So really my purpose up here is to applaud the leadership of the community, the staff, the council, and to offer the support of the Tahoe Water Suppliers Association as you choose to move forward on these actions. Thank you so much for your leadership. It's really refreshing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Town Council members and town staff. My name is Missy Moeller, and I work with Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships. And I just want to remind you of our mission. Our mission is to promote stewardship by connecting students to the local environment and community. And that's exactly what this is about. You saw an example earlier of how we connect the students. And we continue to connect them in so many ways. We had a few high schoolers here earlier that couldn't stay the whole time, but I know they've been to the stakeholders meetings. And the 8 kids that presented earlier asked if they could vote, if they could stay and vote. And I said, I think it's going to be a little late. And they said, well, can we vote right now? And I was like, okay. And they said, what is the vote? And so I gave them the options, and they said, let's go for the full ban. Let's go for all bottles. Okay, so I just had to pass that on. I promised I would. But I want to say that this is about the cost of convenience. That's what it really comes down to, the cost of convenience. There's many of us, including me, that are old enough to remember a time before plastic water bottles. And the cost right now is on the environment. It's on people's health. I think the answer is, as the staff has recommended, outreach and education. And as Madonna just committed, I'm committing as a partner to the town of Truckee with education and outreach. The students asked this year if they could do an outfit at the Trash and Show just about the possibility of this, just about their excitement over it. I know we reach children that speak Spanish and English, that we can help with outreach in so many creative ways, and we're committed to that. And I hope that'll help in your decision. Also, with my personal hat, when I'm talking about behavior and the importance of this and what this can bring, I have a family member at the extended care facility at the Tahoe Forest Hospital, and they have access to water and to ice cubes. And what drives me crazy is they'll be using that, and then there'll be water bottles all around. And so if there is a ban, it'll create behavior change, and they'll just use those reusable water bottles. They're really nice with a cap and a straw. Everybody can access them. So for that part of the health concern, I want to say a ban would help shift that behavior change. And that's what I'm looking forward to, helping with outreach and education. I'm here for you. And all of us are from SWEP, so thank you. I do consider this a very brave thing to take on, and I want to support the staff in that as well. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment? Come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel Pringle, and I'm a SWEP board member and a community member. I have a couple kids in the local schools. I just wanted to make a couple brief comments. One is that I think there are a lot of ways to weigh the pros and cons, but ultimately we just want to reduce demand for plastic water, bottled plastic water. And if, as a town, our grocers are buying this, that's, continuing demand. And yes, there may be consequences to folks not having that and buying other plastic, water bottled beverages. But again, we just want to reduce demand. And if we as a town can adopt this and do a ban, then we're just adding to examples from around the country of other towns and cities that are doing this. And yeah, let's try it. Let's grapple with the challenges and provide an example for other towns that might be considering this, and more evidence and more, experience with doing something like this. And if more and more towns and cities do this, then ultimately that demand is going to decrease. And that's what it's all about: demand, supply and demand. And so I'm in favor of this. And the last thing, which is kind of an aside, but just a comment, is that I do know there are a couple, at least I know of a couple towns, Berkeley, I believe, and Santa Cruz, California, who've both implemented a sugary beverage tax, and that tax has funded outdoor education and various other things in those towns. So I'm not, we may not ban all of these things, because maybe it's a great idea to tax these things and provide some revenue for great, outdoor education or other health-related, health-benefiting things. But anyway, I'm for this ban. Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, Jane Loomis, retired educator, Sierra High School, Coldstream Alternative, good friend of Missy's, and Truckee Optimist. I just want to, the air show, we've been doing the air show for 10 years now, and for 10 years we're barbecuing and cooking, and we have beverages, and the waste is obscene. I have to, every year, I try my best to collect as much plastic as I can as I see it being thrown in trash cans. Try to take it home, take the caps off. I wash condiment bottles, strip off the caps. I try my best to recycle, but I think we have to make a choice. It's for the environment, and the key is our young people. My grandson, I have a year. Last air show, I brought back a case of bottled water. It's still in my garage. I haven't used it. And yesterday, my grandson looked at it, and he goes, Grandma, you shouldn't be using plastic bottles, water bottle. It's not good for the environment. So the transition is very easy. If we start with the kids and the children know, they bring it home, they tell their parents, they make the change. So it's very doable, and I really support this initiative. And the next thing I'd like to see is taking action on cigarette butts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Jill Sanford. I'm also a SWEP board member and a community member, and my day job is across the hall at Sierra Business Council as a communications director. Thank you, Melanie and Aaron, for your great presentation, and the council for all of your great commentary and questions. It's really exciting to see this move forward. I think there's a lot of great points that have been brought up that I don't need to repeat, but I do think Mayor Romek had a great point about a lot of folks don't know what's not in front of them in an obvious way. And I'm thinking about how with this community, we do have the potential to reach people from so many other communities and show how folks can go about this and how they can find alternatives to the plastic water bottles that they're used to reaching for. One other comment is I'm really excited to see in the presentation kind of the outreach and the education component, and also the business, reaching out to the business community. And I'm excited to see when you do those report backs to the council where that goes. And I would also say, I think non-traditional business partners, sorry, this is a comment and aside, but I think non-traditional retailers looking outside the grocers and seeing who else is bringing plastic water bottles to the space might be really illuminating, because I think, the small businesses might be the ones that we want to reach in this area, but I think staff is doing a great job at that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Also, there's a cell phone.
Oh, is there a cell phone on the podium? Oh, you're right. There's a cell phone up here. I don't even remember who was sitting up here. Is there anyone else who would?
I'm going to do it.
Okay.
My name is Ashley Phillips, and I'm project director with Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships, a community member, and just would say that over the last 12 years that I've been involved in SWEP, all of our sustainability clubs at some point during their club mentorship, we really look at plastic pollution. We approach it in the same way that we approach the food waste issue, which is let's just get outside and do a little litter pickup, our own litter audit, and see what's out there. And they have this really tangible experience of finding that there's plastic litter right outside of their school, all over their community. And they are just as empowered as they were tonight about food waste to really end that. And when they learn about sort of the history of plastic and how, it's not something that existed in my grandparents' generation, they're really like, whoa, this is a really, like, the amount of plastic in such a short period of time, we have to do something. And they're so passionate about it. And I would say, just from my experience, K through 12 in all of TTUSD schools, it's very rare that I come across a plastic water bottle. Our community of students are drinking out of reusable water bottles, and I know they would support this shift and the education and outreach to, encourage the peers, our visitors, and community to make that shift as well. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back up here. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I like Rachel's sugary beverage tax, and I like banning cigarette butts, so maybe we will go there next. Thank you all for those comments, and to Missy and Ashley and Jill and John and Madonna, thank you for being here too. And I've filled my water bottle at some of your portable water bottle filling stations at some of the special events over on the lake. So appreciate all you've done to get us here. I'm 100% supportive of moving this forward. Love to move it forward a little faster, but I know we have staff capacity issues as well. I do have 4 fairly minor things that I am going to just bring up. One being, I saw grant stuff and maps for the water bottle filling stations. What I didn't see was like technical assistance. I think that's actually probably more interesting to different types of locations than actually having a grant. It's more like, hey, what's the easiest way to do this and how can I do it? If you want to contribute $1,000, that's great. But I would definitely put that on the list, and then also maybe add, as we start to map that out, basically have like a geo radius that we're looking at trying to manage, right? Like I have no idea what that is. Maybe there's more information out there, but basically say like every such and such distance, we're looking to have refillable water stations, and then actually target specific properties or businesses or just public facilities, maybe right-of-ways. I don't know if we can put water bottle filling stations in our right-of-ways, but that would be another option. So that was sort of one. The second one was, it's not often that I get to bring my professional expertise to some of these sustainability conversations, but in this one I can. I am a professional water bottle purveyor. That is what I do for a living. So my only real comment and request on that is that if we are going to do branded bottles, I really want us to do it right. The cheapest thing from the catalog from China is not doing it right. It's using Clean Canteen. It's using some of the businesses that are actually also elevating the same messaging and utilizing the same business practices, whether they're B Corps or 1% for the planets, whatever they're doing. Just I really would like us to do it right and not just do swag for the sake of doing swag, because that is just more waste, and I am very familiar with a lot of that. I think the Latinx community data is interesting. I 100% agree with you. That was a very prescient comment of how many interviews did we actually do. But I do believe, I mean, I know I've witnessed it. I witness it in my own business and in my own travels, that there is a cultural difference there. I do think it is predominantly education, and I do think bringing the kids home and showing their parents, that's just the absolute easiest way to start. So I would just encourage us to really invest as much as we possibly can into that piece of the puzzle. And then my last one is just to push further. I think it's a cop-out to let healthcare off the hook. I think it's however we want to start defining, bubbly waters and all that other stuff, it's all the same stuff. It just has gas in it. That's the only difference. It's still from the same source, and it still uses the same container. So I'm not sure why we think that's different. But to me, it's all the same. If it is a clear liquid and says water of any sort, then I think that should all be part of it. And I do think there's a lot of opportunity in the healthcare sector. It's easy to say we're going to just allow healthcare to go by, but there's so many places in their waste stream that could be improved with a little bit of pushing, that I think we should be willing to take that on and be brave on that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I grew up using a canteen, and when...
Did you walk 5 miles both ways uphill to get to school?
And before I took a drink of water. Yeah. And the canteen was full when I came home. Yeah, well. And I was, not to belabor it, but I thought... disposable water bottles were a fad that would quickly disappear when I first saw them, because I had my canteen. But they're here now. I'm ready to support staff's recommendation. I do have concerns about unintended consequences, so I agree that the education is important about getting people to simply switch to reusable water bottles, Clean Canteen or whatever. And the grocers, the trade groups letter gives me some concern, but I don't know what the actual data is. I just know we're getting two different viewpoints on whether plastic's environmentally better than other disposable packaging. anyway, so I'm kind of wanting to go slow, but I am in favor of beginning by following staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Wait, more information? I am in favor of eliminating the sale of single-use plastic bottles, full stop, here in Truckee. I feel like we have the opportunity to be a leader, not just in the region, but in the country. There are only a few other jurisdictions who have done this, and most of those are on the East Coast. We have an opportunity to listen to our community, and we have an opportunity to listen to our youth. And I know I've said this so many times, but it's because I care deeply about youth engagement in local government. Our decisions impact them much more profoundly than they will ever impact any of us, because they're just going to be here on this planet for a lot longer than any of us if we do the things to allow the planet to continue supporting them. I spent a decade in public health before, moving into energy yet another decade ago. So I am concerned about the public health impacts of people shifting from water, which is the healthiest option, to unhealthy alternatives with a ban on plastic water bottles only. However, I'll say that the public health threats of plastics in our ocean, of plastics in our rivers and our waterways, and the health threats to our planet are truly extraordinary. It's time for us to act. Outreach, education, infrastructure, it's going to take all of those things for this to be successful. They're all critical. And we really need to do this in a way that supports our businesses, that doesn't cause harm to our businesses. We need to do it in a way that supports our equity and our inclusivity goals. And yes, we may need some more data as well to move through this phased approach to understand, should the ban, what does it look like when we extend it to sugary drinks? How do we define that? Maybe it should be a tax on sugary beverages. I'll also say that behavior change is hard. It is really, really, really hard. But we can start driving the behavior change that we want to see in our community right now. It's going to take partnerships, and I'm so glad that we have committed partners here tonight who are already offering up their support. I think that speaks volumes. And I really appreciated the public comment of, let's try it and let's grapple with the challenges. Because I think that's what this council has always done. We have embraced a mindset of continual improvement. We're willing to try things. We're willing to invent. We're willing to pivot when we need to. And I think staff is really good at bringing back results for us to say, here is what the data is actually showing us based on what you've implemented. And now here's some changes. I mean, we do that all the time in our housing programs. So I say, let's do this. I say we do it for our community. I say we do it for the opportunity to provide leadership to the rest of the country. We do it for our children. My son, Colton, loves to go out and clean up litter. He's only 6. It's a game in a lot of ways. But let's be honest. He shouldn't have to be out there picking up litter in the first place because it shouldn't be there.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Klopstad.
Well, I prepared a bit of a diatribe because I thought we would have some resistance here. And this is really fascinating to me because our community certainly has serious concerns about building heights, but not serious concerns about whether or not we implement a plastic water bottle ban. And that's great news to me. I think that concern is well placed in building heights, and that trust is well placed in this. But I do want to just be clear based on a few of the questions and concerns that I have seen. So this is less about a greenhouse gas lowering policy than it is really about reducing that, that upside down pyramid and reducing that contribution to our plastics in our system. It's also, to me, about helping our community, including our Spanish-speaking community, to not pay for something that's already free and available and healthy. Like, our water is good. There's no reason to be buying it. This is about a more economical and sustainable approach to hydration in general. It's also about reducing the plastics that Mr. Sorensen commented on, and how those don't biodegrade, they become microplastics, and literally they are everywhere. There was a study recently published in the Washington Post that was shared with the town council that only a fraction of the plastic produced gets recycled, about 9% worldwide and 5 to 6% in the United States. And this article further details that the plastic recycling process also releases microplastics into the environment. And those microplastics are found in the ground and in the water and even in the air around these plants in any place that it's collected. So that's really important to me, because these microplastics are toxic to us and to the environment and to our wildlife. I also, just filling in a little bit of detail on the production of a water bottle, a single one of those small 12-ounce water bottles, you have to fill a quarter of that with petroleum to equal what it takes to produce that water bottle. And then when you kind of escalate that around the United States, it turns into 29 billion bottles that we use, and that reaches 17 million barrels of crude oil per year for something that we use very briefly and just once. So I know we're just a small town, but I really like Councilmember Henderson's comments about we can show leadership here. We can make a difference on that 17 million barrels of crude oil. Single-use plastic water bottles are just a habit. They're really not a benefit that I can see. And we've also talked about kind of the age of this process. I did a little bit of research on it. It was plastic bottles were originally developed in like 1950 something, and they really didn't hit production and use until the 1970s, where the Association of Beverage Consumption counted those as barely even showing up as a statistic on their charts until the beginning of the 21st century, when plastic water bottles became the second most popular commercial beverage in a wide range of countries. That's a huge leap. And it's going to take a huge effort to reverse that leap. And that's what we're talking about starting here today. So I want to end with a comment that was sent to just me. This person said, on behalf of 500,000 people who live directly downwind and downstream from you, we appreciate your consideration of this policy and your dedication to sustainability. That was sent to me by Brian Beffert, Washoe County Sustainability Manager. We are all downwind and downstream from somebody, and we should all be thinking about that when we are considering these types of policies. So with that, I'm very supportive of, I too would really love to see this move faster. I would love to have it be expanded. I understand the recommendations and why, and I'm willing to support those, but I would also just like to look at whatever way we could advance this sooner or consider a broader ban and bring that together to us sooner. I agree with you. I think having this ban start in June or July of 2025, it wouldn't be good to start in the beginning of summer anyway. And I feel like I'm sitting up here once again, just like with the single-use foodware plastic ban. I was like, oh my gosh, is it really going to take this long? Any way that we could advance this, I would support, and that would include considering consultants, if that would be beneficial to staff, and any other suggestions fellow council members may have. So thank you. I
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's comments. I
I support staff's recommendations. I will say that right out front, and I have a few thoughts that I wanted to add. But I did also want to highlight this process in the Truckee way. I feel like this was, an idea that came out, and we really utilized the Truckee way. First staff, putting together a working group and surveys and working hard to not just put an online survey out, but do an intercept survey at a different market, and that you're continuing to think of other ways to engage with the community. I think that's so important. Well, 14 Spanish speakers is not a great sample size. It's a start, and it shows that we are working to talk to every member of our community and understand different needs. So I just really wanted to highlight that. And then Councilmember Henderson and Klovstad for sitting on the working group. Again, another great way of being part of the Truckee way. Here was an opportunity to sit with people coming from grocery stores as well as other businesses and community members to hear different thoughts and provide them an opportunity more than just 3 minutes at the podium. So thank you for that. And then everyone in this room who's participated, whether you were on the working group or you came today, again, providing your comments is fantastic. And hearing the collaboration, again, that's the Truckee way and the Tahoe way, that, we can all work together. So I just wanted to start off because I'm really excited about that and showing how we were able to utilize that to get to where we are today. That said, definitely support it. Also, Madonna, I was in that leadership class, Unbottled Truckee. I was going to bring that up. I remember this being talked about in North Tahoe Truckee leadership a long time ago. So it's great that it is actually coming forward. Collateral, you mentioned collateral. I agree with you. It's got to be, nice stuff, whatever we're doing. And I actually... A personal story, the other day I was taking Tart Connect, going to Wild Cherries, so I had my reusable coffee mug, and then I was debating how do I also bring my reusable water mug with my my computer bag and my purse. So Jen and I were talking yesterday about backpacks with water bottle and cup holders, so thinking about like creative ways, because when you're not in your car, you want to make sure you can carry all of your reusable containers. So, I would encourage staff to continue to think creatively.
I've got just the product for you. Stop by.
I will come by. I need a new computer
They make
bag.
those things.
I figured. And then refilling stations, you were also talking about Vice Mayor Pallavi about a map. I think this summer is a great opportunity for all of us to pay attention of what events or places we're at, since, you get thirstier when it's hotter outside, and making note of it. I remember last summer being at a Truckee Thursday and thinking, where's a refill station for my water bottle? So I would encourage everyone, make note of that, so that way that can help us better inform refilling stations moving forward. So with that, I guess I will go back. I did kind of hear some people wanting to push for more, or so wanted to get a sense of, are we happy with staff's recommendation moving forward with single-use water bottle ban coming back to us this winter, or are we asking more of staff? Councilmember Henderson, I see you hitting your microphone light.
I guess I would ask staff a question of so it says winter 23-24, which is a pretty big, broad time frame, and I know we're kind of focused on, seasonality, et cetera, but is there capacity, for example, for it to come to us by the end of the calendar year for the first reading? And if that was possible, what might have to get pushed to achieve, a goal like that? I think to Councilmember Klovstad's point of can we move it up in any way?
Sure. So we did want to provide a realistic time frame. Our biggest conflict with the timing at the end of the year is that's right before the foodware ordinance measures go into effect. And so, we would also like to be able to present this to council for consideration sooner rather than later, but we just want to allow for make sure we have the staff capacity to devote to the foodware ordinance implementation and make sure we're supporting businesses in that. Our grant application deadline for the next phase is December 1st. So we anticipate there may be a lot of activity close to that deadline, which brings us pretty close to the end of the year. So it's a little hard for us to foresee at this point. It will depend on how much of our time is devoted to supporting that.
And of course, you're also now already trying to move into sort of the compliance related to the styrofoam ban that we put into place.
Correct.
I will jump in and say I support staff's recommendations. You understand that we all are hoping this moves as quick as possible, but I think we also understand we want to do things well. And so we don't want to rush this and then not do the appropriate outreach for single-use foodware ordinance, and then this gets screwed up. So that's where I'm kind of at, is sticking with staff recommendations.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of second that and agree with you. I think staff's heard from us. I think capacity will sort of dictate when things come to us. They certainly haven't been shy of loading up our agendas lately, so we can rest assured that if there's something to come to us, it will likely get to us. And I was just going to maybe suggest, and it doesn't have to be decided now, but maybe it's a 12-month to implementation from ordinance. Maybe we don't need 18 months. This is not rocket science. This is not about sourcing other things as our food waste ordinance is very different in that effect. It's business practice change. This is simply buying changes, and as a buyer, these are quick buys. I mean, they're not like investing in water bottle 12 months out. Trust me, they're probably on a 1-week buy, right? And so they really just need 3, 4, 5 months in order to replace a product like this. So that's, to me, where I think we can gain time, allow staff to do the work that gets us there, and then sort of review that timeline post adoption, and maybe that helps satisfy everybody. And I would only also add, I would agree with you, let's stay on track. I would be looking for my recommendations on healthcare, for everybody else's on everything else that we talked about. Maybe that goes into the 1-year review and we let staff focus on just a very black and white opportunity first. Let's get this done, and we can move into a phase 2 fairly quickly, should we so desire.
Yeah, I think as long as we're not hearing from grocers that they need more time, I like consolidating in that phase of it, and I'm supportive of that. I think there's probably also, though, once we provide direction to staff on what that ordinance is going to look like, which we're pretty close to now, we can start working with community members. I think there's also possibly an opportunity with Sierra Business Council and the Green Business Certified program that, if they're adopting this policy early, that's some points to being Green Business Certified. I think there's probably some other incentives that we could find to help some of our retailers and grocers adopt this sooner and on a voluntary measure. Particularly if we're offering to subsidize things like water bottle filling stations for them. So I think there's ways of advancing the reduction of single-use plastic use in our community, and I would just like to support any effort towards that. And tap on me to help you with that, and our partners.
All right, I think I'm hearing clear direction. Do you need a motion on that? Are we good?
I think we're good on that. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Erin and Mel, and everyone else for participating. All right, up next, 7.3 West River Revitalization Steering Committee, and Carissa is here to present to us.
We were trying to figure out who was sitting there. We couldn't text you. Say it in the mic.
And if any of you in the back want to move on up, you can, or you can stay back there.
You can go ahead.
Well, good evening, Council. I am Carissa Binkley, Economic Development Program Analyst, and tonight we're going to be talking about the West River Revitalization Steering Committee. So for decades, the town has identified river revitalization as a goal. The town's first general plan recognized the Truckee River as one of the town's primary assets. The Downtown River Revitalization Strategy, adopted in 2005, reaffirmed the town's commitment to prioritizing the Truckee River. And the 2025 general plan committed to the Truckee River once more. New development along West River Street, including the Legacy Trail, West River Streetscape, West River Street Park, and more, has sparked community interest in revitalization along West River. The newly adopted 2040 general plan includes many goals and actions tied to celebrating the river. Shared with Council this afternoon and in the additional information folder online for members of the public are a list of related goals and actions from the general plan adoption on May 9th. Specifically, incentivizing industrial uses to relocate off of West River Street to allow for the opportunity of public river access and new river-oriented development is identified in the 2040 general plan. The 2040 general plan, specifically LU9, defines the West River District as the area within the dotted line on the screen there, and for it specifically to transform into a live, work, recreate district that provides public access to the Truckee River, supports the local economy, and provides a variety of housing types. Which leads us to our West River Revitalization Steering Committee. Incentivizing industrial uses to relocate off of West River Street to enhance and activate the Truckee River will be a significant and long-term process. The town's draft work plan identified stakeholder advisory committee formation as the first step for our community in this process. Committee formation will allow community input into this important process of visioning the future of riverfront West River Street and industrial uses in our community. A Brown Act committee will ensure public access to this process. Committee roles will include developing a vision for both West River Street and receiver site locations, identifying potential receiver sites, as well as exploring potential costs and developing recommended incentives needed to support relocation and revitalization efforts. The committee is also envisioned to have two subgroups. A subgroup of the committee that will work to identify and confirm an inventory of business owners and property owners within the project area to allow for comprehensive project outreach and engagement. A second subgroup of the committee that will work toward informing the RFP process and hiring a planning consultant for West River Revitalization. The consultant will then work with the committee and staff throughout the project planning process. I did want to note that the initial work of the committee will take these two tracks, though beyond this initial work, the committee is not expected to work in subgroups. So here on the screen is the recommended committee membership. The committee is intended to represent a well-rounded cohort of community stakeholders from many aspects of affected and interested parties, from business owners to landowners to members at large and more. And we're lucky enough to have some of them in the room tonight. These individuals have been invited to join the committee by staff and have expressed their interest in being appointed to the committee. This has been updated from your staff report based on responses from proposed members. So staff is recommending appointment of 2 council members to the West River Revitalization Steering Committee and authorization for those 2 council members to appoint new members to the committee as appropriate. Additionally, we wanted to highlight for council the potential upcoming committees for your capacity consideration before discussing your council appointments. They include the parking downtown plan update, traffic congestion, transit and roads tax renewal or the vacancy tax, trails master plan and e-bike, code of conduct, building decarbonization, unhoused, as well as the hospital master plan. So these are potential upcoming committees, and these would be in addition to the committees council's already committed to.
I'm just going to point out that that doesn't mean they're all starting right away or happening right away, but those are all committees we discussed during the January retreat as potential for the next 2 years. So we just want to give you context that there's still a lot of work to do.
So So to wrap up tonight, we were asking you to approve formation of the committee member nominations for the West River Revitalization Steering Committee, a Brown Act committee, and to appoint 2 council members to serve on the committee with authority to appoint new members to the committee as appropriate.
Thank you. Nice and brief. All right, we'll start with questions. Councilmember Henderson, any questions?
Only on the other committees as we think about capacity. Do we have, I know you said next 2 years, but do we have any more nuance on that type of timeline?
Well, I mean, I think we can run through that pretty quickly. So we know we're starting work with the hospital master plan now. We don't have a formal unhoused committee established at this point. It was just a topic that came up, so we had it on our list. Building decarb, Councilwoman Henderson, you're helping with that at the moment. Mayor and Councilmember Zabriskie are doing code of conduct, and then we will be coming back in August on the possible tax measure and asking for a committee for that. And then the other ones up there, the other 3, parking, traffic, and trails, are probably in year 2 of the work plan, so a little further out.
And one more question, because a lot of our committees are we're like, it's a 6-month committee, we're meeting once a month. Do we have, I mean, this is obviously a much longer endeavor. Do we have a sense of how often the committee is going to meet? It's going to go on for the next 3 years? Or I guess I'm trying to kind of understand what we should be thinking about as we're probably all going, oh my gosh, we're at capacity, and trying to figure out how to fit more in.
We didn't want to fully bake this cake until we got it formed, of course. However, I think initial thoughts were that the first meeting would happen relatively quickly after tonight and form into those subcommittees we were talking about. And the subcommittee work would begin, including hiring the planner. And at that point, they would start happening more regularly. But I definitely think several years.
Yeah, I mean, we run the risk of losing interest if this drags on for too many years, right? So we need to find somewhat of an efficient, condensed path for it. But it's a big lift. This is a big process, and it's going to be a big undertaking. So I do think it'll be for an extended period of time. I think much like the single-use meetings where there was a pause to get some information and then come back, that's probably how this will operate. The committee might decide they want some different information that we'll go research and bring back to them. There'll be a pause while the RFP is out there. So it's going to be a little bit sporadic, I think, in the beginning. We want to work with the committee members on what timing works best for them, days, time during the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad, questions?
I know we've talked a lot, or we did in the general plan, about how much industrial we have, how much we need in terms of acreage. I'm assuming that's part of what this committee is going to start with, is assessing really what are the businesses out there, which ones will be targeting, what type of available sites we have in the community, i.e. Pioneer Trail, as well as Jorger, and if there's any others, right? So trying to define that right now would be a moot point, because that's really the committee's process, right? Just want to confirm.
Yes.
Okay. And who will be leading this committee from town? Will that be you, Carissa?
Yes, as well as the planning consultant.
So, okay. And then other staff members that will be participating in this?
This, of course, overlaps with several other departments, so it's probably going to be on an as-needed basis, planning, potentially engineering.
Okay.
I think the 3 of us right here are going to be the primary. Crystal will be the staff lead, and Hillary and I will be supporting in that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Will you go to your second to last slide? I think we're learning from our past is what I'm assuming we're doing here, and sort of solving like the age-old GPAC question of how are we dealing with vacancies as they progress through the years. So is that what bullet number 2 is basically whatever 2 council members are on the committee it's simply up to them. We're not going to have an agenda item every time we need to fill a single seat. Is that what we're
Correct,
doing
in
here?
addition to the fact that the current suggested membership is not filled with names completely at this point.
Got it. So great. That process was a real pain. No other questions. I do have a comment when we get to deliberation.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
I have gone out and looked at all the properties and looked at the parcel maps, the assessor's parcels maps of that, and it does look somewhat complicated in terms of how we're going to resolve it. Do you have any estimate, actually, of how long this committee would last before it comes back with a recommendation, with the results of its study?
I don't have a solid estimate, and Hillary or Jen may, but I know that we didn't want to have a fully formed concept of what our goal, what everything's going to look like at the end of the story, because we don't know the full story yet. As part of forming this committee and following the Truckee way.
How many property owners and business owners have responded in any fashion, even to say no?
So we've heard from several different business owners of various levels of interest. At this point, there's no names here because we have no commitment from anyone at this point. At the same time, we're trying to keep this to a reasonably sized committee. Jan Holland is interested in representing both a property owner as well as the Truckee River Legacy Foundation.
Okay. So how many property owners and business owners have you contacted to see if they wanted to consider serving?
3 additional at this point.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. I did have a question on this one, on builder developer. I know in conversations with Edward and others with Kat, they, ask that Kat is involved in committees like this. So did you work with Edward to determine the Kat or this builder developer?
Absolutely. Thank you, Edward. I had reached out to him letting him know about the makeup of what we were looking for, asking him if he had a builder developer to recommend, and he recommended Joan, and then with some dialogue back and forth, she was interested in being appointed.
Thank you. That is all of my questions. So with that, we will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment? As a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Stephanie Olivieri, Truckee. Well past my bedtime. I think maybe you didn't get my memo about East River Street. I think through this whole process of planning for a river revitalization, East River Street is equally important. Now, that isn't on the agenda of this tonight, but looking at the final goals for the general plan, which I've been waiting for to see what was being done, I note that we are the West River Street Revitalization Committee, and I'm going to be honored to be on it. Thank you. But why not East River Street? It's sort of like doing the water bottles, only doing half a bottle. The East River Street is equally important. Even our, what is it called? The Truckee River Revitalization Strategy, it includes East River Street. And of course, Anna, you're probably going to tell me that this is something the committee can decide, but I think it's up to you to decide this. You should tell the committee that this is a study of the entire industrial section. I think the community is waiting for you to do that. They had intended you to do that. And so I'm hopeful you'll reconsider that before the committee starts meeting. Number one, I think if we're going to have a consultant, and we're going to go through this process for years, we're going to have the community donating their time to look at all of this, why would you want them to come back later and look at the East River piece? It's going to cost taxpayers more because you have to have the consultant now look at another piece of it. And you have to have the community step up again for a long ordeal of reviewing all of this as a committee. It just makes sense to me to put this all in one bailiwick. We need to think about the resources. You have resources too. Somebody's going to be asked now to pony up to another committee who's on this council to look at the east section. So please give that some serious consideration. I think that the community really would appreciate it, and I think it's important, very important, to get this done. We have a lot of things on our plate, but this is really important. It's time to move it along. And dealing with the East River Street down the road, how many years down the road after we've looked at the west, it doesn't make sense. So thank you. I hope you'll give it some consideration.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you again for the invitation. I appreciate the invitation, Carissa, and I've had some good dialogue back and forth with Jen and Carissa regarding this committee. This is very important. You heard people, you heard community members, you heard stakeholders over the last 5 years say, we cannot forget the river. The river is the heart and soul of the community. It's a part of the charm of downtown, and it's a critical piece for revitalization. And we have a really, really, really important opportunity here, and an important opportunity to do it right. We want to be a leader in sustainability. I think we want to be a leader in revitalization as well, especially if we want to take care of one of our largest assets in our community, which is the Truckee River. With that, I think it's really important to engage our current pioneer business owners and industrial experts that are currently working with businesses. I think the Mancuso family needs to be a part of this process, whether they want to be on a committee. I can't tell you that, but I also think that right now those are our stakeholders that are dealing with this industry and are dealing with what the needs are and what type of incentives might make sense. I'm excited about looking at the RFP process and really looking for the right consultants for this, because I do think that this is a challenge and we're going to need experts and we're going to need diverse opinions. Engaging our current business owners is key. I brought this concept up in 2018 that we needed to do an audit of our current business owners and really go business to business, talk to the property owner, talk to the current business owner, and really understand what are the challenges right now with relocation. And I just want to stress East River as well. I brought that up to Jen today on the phone. I've also brought it up throughout the lovely 5 years of the general plan update process. So let's not forget, we can't segment our river. The river is one whole piece, and it's important for us to look at the whole corridor in the community. And I just want to stress the receiver site agencies and the importance of having those stakeholders be on this committee. So the airport is very much an important stakeholder, and that is an important commitment that I believe the town needs to have in order to have a successful process. But excited to be a part of another committee. We love meetings. You all know that. I'm going to come out with a bumper sticker here soon. I heart meetings. But again, I appreciate the council bringing this forward, and excited about the opportunity to engage in this critical revitalization effort for Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Edward Bento, Executive Director of CAT. I'm going to be really quick because I know it's getting late for everybody. See people fading. CAT supports the appointment of Joan Jones to the West River Steering Committee. As many of us know, Joan is a former Truckee council member and mayor. Joan also is a construction professional, being the principal of Jones Corda Construction, and has been in that business since 1998. Additionally, Joan is also a West River Street stakeholder. I hope the council will consider this highly qualified individual for appointment. I wish the steering committee great fortune and great wisdom as they tackle this important matter before our community. Thank you very much to you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Pallavi, council, staff, and Mitch for sticking with me here. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Mitch? You don't have to. Lots of folly skits being formed tonight. All right, with that, we will close public comment. Can you put the other one of all the, or the one of all the committees on again? Because I'll throw this out there. I'm definitely interested in this committee. Also knowing I'm interested in lots of these other committees, and unlike Councilmember Zabriskie, I don't have the fortune of being retired yet, so I do also want to be conscious of that. But I will just throw that out there, that interested, but also happy to hear from my fellow council members who else is interested too. And with that, Councilmember Henderson, if you want to take the floor.
Well, before I jump into that, I guess I would say I do think it's Alexis's comment about including some of the pioneer businesses to represent that perspective and to, understand like how they weigh in on what incentives might also be appropriate. That could be a valuable add to the committee. So I just wanted to reiterate that. I do have a little bit of concern about any representative representing multiple interests, only because I want diversity of perspectives. And when we have people, representing multiple perspectives, we lose an opportunity for that, I guess is what I'm saying. So just as we're thinking about that committee formation, those were sort of my initial comments. For me personally, I'll be honest, I have concerns about my capacity right now. So especially with building decarb, and I think that's going to start to take off a bit more. But yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly important one. I am just a little bit concerned about my capacity at the moment. So I'm just going to leave my comments at that to start.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
I think just to the membership makeup of the committee and the comments that we just received. The reason why we are making this a Brown Act committee is to make sure that it is publicly noticed and anybody can attend if that is something that is there, if the agenda includes something that's very specific to their interests or concerns. So I just really want to make that clear and underscore it. I have, if somebody is interested in joining the committee, certainly I invite them to reach out to staff and we can consider that through the process. I hesitate to ask for some specific representatives like the Mancusos. I think there's going to be a huge amount of work in this committee that includes evaluation of existing properties and resources that maybe they're not so interested in, but I think they could be a really, really valuable resource to invite to the committee for specific discussions. I really agree. I think this is the list we want, but I understand we may not get everybody from one of these representations. Of course, certainly with the public agencies, we can't force them to participate. And there again, if they choose to decline, perhaps there's some specific agenda items that we can give them advance notice of and encourage them to attend to contribute their knowledge and their resources to it. So, but I think we probably should tackle the discussion of West River versus East River. I know we changed language in the general plan to be more broad, and yes, you're right, staff. It is my intention for the committee to discuss that and decide their parameters and specifically what they feel is appropriate for that committee makeup and perhaps for the capacity of that committee, because these categories are very West River centric. We don't necessarily have people coming from the East River. So I would encourage the committee to discuss that and deliberate on whether or not it's it would be appropriate to expand to that part. But I think our river revitalization policies as a whole are not specific to West River. So I just want to be clear with that. And in terms of capacity, I think I certainly have an interest in this committee, but I think there's some other committees that I could serve more effectively on that list, would be my contribution to that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Thank you. I'm going to disagree with you on that. I actually agree with almost all of our public comment. I think you're absolutely correct, and I would hate to see our first meeting devolve into an hour of deciding if we're talking about West River or East River. I would actually perceive that to be a waste of most people's time, because I believe that the overall policy is geared towards the region, right? And so I'm personally perfectly okay with including East River and West River. If the goal is to relocate industrial types of businesses, it doesn't matter where they are along the river. It's going to be the same set of policies that will govern any of that. So let's just do it now, would be my opinion. And I'd be more than happy to move that forward. I have some concerns. I have two main concerns with this list. In my opinion, some of the most important and impactful, both resulting but also goal of to move, being business and property owners, and then receiver sites, those are all the empty slots. That is a huge red flag for me. Okay, I think we are a little bit ahead of our skis. I really appreciate staff's impetus to move this forward so quickly. I actually think we've moved it forward a little bit too quickly, because I agree, it's really important to have receiver site people here, but we haven't gone to their boards and asked them to participate. We're sort of kind of outdoing this a bit unilaterally at this point, and it makes me uncomfortable. It also puts a bit of a target on some of these people's backs. Not that they don't know we're interested, not that they don't know that there's conversations happening, but it potentially challenges some of the dynamics within their respective boards. So personally, until we can fill the TBDs other than councils, I just don't think we're there. And I think we have to fill those TBDs in a meaningful way, not in a keeping the chair warm way. So I'm just going to sort of put that out there as sort of a gut check and a potential pause, that until I'm see this list way more filled out, and I appreciate everybody who's already stepped up, but everybody who's already stepped up does have zero investment in actually what the results of this are going to be. And that's hard. When there's no skin in the game, it's hard to make effective policy that's actually going to result in change that I think we're all envisioning. So to me, that's a red flag. From a capacity standpoint, I am not interested in serving in this committee. Maybe my skill set would be good. I appreciate that. Maybe down the road, somebody wants to tap out, we can high five. But I'm going to decline the opportunity to sit on this committee at this time. And I just think we should be very careful of what this looks like moving forward.
Can I just clarify a couple of things? Thank you. We did hear, it was fairly late this afternoon, 4-ish. We didn't have time to change this, that the airport has confirmed participation on the committee. So we're set there. I am giving a presentation to the airport board tomorrow. From our perspective, it was a bit awkward to go to boards to talk about a committee that we haven't been authorized to form yet. So it was a little bit chicken and an egg, and this is where we landed on that. But
and I think you knew my concerns, so hopefully they were just taken in that vein, and I appreciate you paying attention to that. And I agree. I don't know what the right order is either, but yeah, I just think we need to have people who are actually bought into this concept in order to make actual difference, right? We can't just have a bunch of random policy that comes out of a bunch of wishful thinking without understanding what's really happening on the ground.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
When we talk about the East River, which section of the East River? Are we talking about the commercial area just beyond the residences?
West River?
So Mark Tanner's place, the Glass
No.
place, Pombo's place, and Stratton's place? If we're talking about the East River, I was hearing a
Any of the
request we
industrial
include the
uses.
East River. My question is,
I think
the
what
East
I
River's-
heard. I think what I heard from the public, from Steph and Alexis, was all of the industrial uses along the river.
the industrial uses along the river. Okay. Oh, should I say more?
Keep going. The floor is yours.
I think it would be better if the staff fills out the list rather than appointing council members who then at the outset are having to appoint other members to the committee. It's too easy in hindsight to be accused of stacking the deck. I'd at least like to start off where the two sitting council members aren't picking their colleagues on the committee. Once that initial appointment occurs, then the council members on the committee could appoint replacements. Because I agree with David, that was difficult on GPAC. I have spent time on West River and East River, but in discussions with other people who are concerned about the redevelopment there in different capacities. And I am willing to be on that committee. I think it's going to be a big challenge for a number of reasons. The not least is getting property owners vested in redevelopment.
So just something to keep in mind, if you are interested in waiting for the rest of the seats to be filled, we're not having meetings in July, so that would mean coming back in probably August because your next meeting is booked, and maybe it could get on the 27th meeting, but we wouldn't be starting the committee process or the RFP process until August, September, depending on when it comes back. So I just want you to keep that in mind if that's something you're thinking about.
And that's because the RFP process would require the committee's input on the drafting.
Our vision or our thought was to include members of the committee in that subcommittee format to help review the RFP and select the vendor so that we were all participating together in that process and agreeing upon an appropriate consultant.
Okay, well, either way, the list has to be filled out, whether staff does it or council members do it. So are you saying it would be quicker you think it'd be quicker for council members to find?
I think if we want to wait until we fill them all the seats and we have to come back to council, your most
for approval
is either the end of June, possibly, or August. So that would delay start on the RFP process. Whereas if the two council members can approve them, we could, in theory, start in earlier June, maybe even July, because we don't need to come to a council meeting.
Okay. I think maybe just to help you out, I think staff is still soliciting, and maybe correct us if we're wrong, but you're soliciting the participants. You're not asking the two council members to say, I appoint so-and-so. You're saying, hey, we're just going to bring you these people, and all you need to do is say, sure, sorry, if we're not handpicking. I think that's, I just wanted to clarify that because I heard a little bit of confusion there.
You did.
Okay. And staff, is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, that is correct. For instance, I think we have one business owner who's potentially interested and was just going to want to see how the discussion happened tonight. In terms of the airport district, they're going to assign who they're going to assign, and we're not going to dictate that. So it's not so much you stacking anything, if you will.
I will defer to my other council members on their thoughts on this. And I'm fine including the East River within the scope of our purview.
Okay.
Within our purview.
So I heard yes, include East River, yes, include East River, potentially have a discussion at the committee.
Just recognizing that our current committee makeup is not considering East River. So if I'm supportive of it. I believe our general plan is effectively talking about the whole river corridor. But I think we might need to broaden and try to reach out to some of the property owners and businesses on East River if that's going to be part of it. I just don't think it would be appropriate to include East River with all West River vested people. That was my point.
Got it. Councilmember Henderson.
I agree, absolutely include it and modify the committee so that the makeup is appropriate and represents those interests as well.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, would that be adding seats or just ensuring a business owner or property owner? Just to understand thought process, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we feel like this is the committee that needs to, we need property owners and we need business owners from West River, then yes, I feel we also need property owners and business owners on East River. We need people who have businesses down there on, both ends, if you will. So yes, I don't want it expanded so much that it becomes completely unwieldy, but do I think we need to have appropriate stakeholder interests in the committee? Yes.
So maybe I could just help us out and bring us back to like the 50,000 foot level, because I think the reason why we're supporting inclusion of East River is because the policies are going to be the same regardless of who it is. So that also begs to say the representation is still representing a property owner on West River Street is going to be in the same way representing a property owner on East River Street. There is no difference in dynamic to that level. I would also say that we didn't specify that it has to be a property owner or a business owner on West River Street. It could be a property owner, business owner that wants to move to West River Street or is in the Pioneer Commerce Center and is maxed out on their space and has been looking for 20,000 square feet, and maybe that 20,000 square feet exists on West River Street, but now they can't move there. Right. So I don't think we should get too far into the weeds on like, oh my gosh, there has to be somebody who checks a box as an East River property owner. I beg us to sort of move up in sort of policy setting and remember what we're here to do. And that's to set a policy to revitalize the river corridor. It doesn't matter where you are on that corridor. It matters what your interest is and who you're representing and what that feedback's going to be to the committee. At the end of the day, you're going to make your own choices as to what you want to do if you're a business or a property owner. This is high level policy. Let's not get too bogged down in who's on the committee from a representation standpoint. I just want to make sure that representation is full from the private community. I don't care personally where they come from, just to be really clear.
What about offering the opportunity to East River property owners?
Of course, yes,
Okay.
yes. Let's include them in our outreach, but there's
Okay.
like 7 of them, so it shouldn't be that hard, right? I think that's where I was going to, Jan, and I think that's where I was reflecting on your comments. If you're trying to create some sort of balance here, how many parcels do we have on West River Street versus how many industrial parcels on East River Street? It's not a fair ratio, so let's just get the representation, and if we find a year from now, like, oh my God, nobody's talking about East River Street.
We can always expand.
We change it, but let's not like.
Yeah,
we don't need to get in the devil.
We're on the same page. I was just saying, all we were reaching out to so far was West River.
Yes, we can.
And I think it would be appropriate to suddenly include East River if we're not reaching out to them.
Yes. Yeah. Question to staff. Any concerns about broadening this to East River in scope or anything else? Just wanted to hear from the team over there.
Yeah, I'll share what I shared with Alexis this afternoon when we chatted. I think we were looking at it as West River Street in and of itself is a big lift, and maybe taking it in chunks made sense. I think the points are valid if you're looking at it. Maybe look at the whole thing. So I don't have too many concerns. We were really focused on West River, and if it's the council's wish to expand to East River, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yeah, one more thing. Okay, so part of the original thought on this was using master and just the generic, not technical term. We were looking at a master plan for West River, a master redevelopment, essentially a redevelopment plan. And if we include East River, well, that's a different location. That's not on the same map even. So I do see there being, having to be more complicated conceptually.
I mean, if you look at the list of action items from the general plan, there's a number that are specific to West River Street, West River Street study, or West River study, variety of uses in West River District. I think the point maybe is that include East River if the committee decides that it's getting to a point where it doesn't make sense for whatever reason. I think that can be a committee level recommendation back to the council.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks.
exactly what I was going to say. Include it in our initial and then,
Like mines, yeah.
yeah, go from there. Okay. So I think we're all in agreement, including it. And we're comfortable with staff continuing to solicit additional members to that list. They've heard our feedback. Yep. Okay. And then appointing 2 council members to serve. It sounds like maybe me and you.
I was going to say I'd like to make a motion to nominate Mayor Womack and Councilmember Zabriskie to serve on the West River Revitalization Steering Committee and opening it up to East River Street as well. Do I have a second?
Wait, I see that. Is there a second?
Just trying to move it along.
Yeah, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can you also make a motion to approve formation of committee member nominations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much. Look forward to working with a lot of folks in the room. All right, we've got one more item, if anyone wants to stick around. 7.4, Truckee Police Department Policy 709 to comply with state legislation under Assembly Bill 481. And Chief Renfro is back.
And while Chief is pulling that up, I would just like to say congratulations to Carissa. That was her first presentation to council.
Woo!
We started her off with an easy one.
Okay, good evening once again. So yeah, we're going to talk about the annual military equipment report. I think you remember last year we talked about this and the 15 items. So I'm going to give a real quick brief overview. It's going to be very quick. So if you have any questions, please write them down and I'll be able to answer them. So Government Code 7070 requires the 15 items here listed as military equipment. Once again, it doesn't mean that they're from the military. They're just identified as military equipment. And so for us to deploy this type of equipment in our community, we need annual council approval to deploy this type of equipment. So what the police department has out of these items that are considered military equipment are the drone program that we have, the pepper ball munitions and launchers, less lethal beanbag rounds and the launchers, which are the shotguns, and then the simunition rounds and simunition firearms that are used just for training environments. So part of the 7070 requirement is to provide a summary of usage over the last year of this type of a military equipment. So with the drones, they were deployed on several occasions to respond to calls for missing persons, search and rescue operations, as well as traffic collision scene mapping. Additionally, the UAVs were deployed for individual operator training, as well as social media images and other internal media purposes. The pepper ball launchers and munitions were a strategic redeployment plan for this equipment. And if you recall last year, we had like 9 of them. They were purchased in 2003 or 2004, and we replaced them with 3 of the higher tech pepper ball munition platforms. And so those are basically in the supervisors' cars, which, because they're not available to patrol, they're not used as much, because we transitioned to the beanbag for the primary less lethal option in the patrol cars. So that brings us to the beanbags. We did have some deployments of the beanbags. Those were mainly wildlife diversions. They were not deployed or fired at any type of person during this last year, but they were deployed as we dealt with individuals that had a propensity for violence. However, no rounds were fired due to successful de-escalation efforts during each incident. And then the last one that we have is the simulation and firearms, or sim rounds that we have, which is only in the training environment. Some of you experienced that during the scenario-based training that we had. So that pretty much covers the summary of usage of that type of equipment. We also need to cover complaints and internal audits that we had during that time period. And there were no complaints from the community deploying this type of equipment. And then also there were no policy violations after audits were done. So all the equipment was accounted for. There was no policy violations with the deployment of this equipment during this last time period. And so this is another aspect and requirement of the law, which outlines what this equipment is, how much it costs to maintain, and the annual training, legal rules, compliance, and complaint procedure. So the blue is the drone, the salmon colored is the pepper ball launchers and munitions, and then the green is the beanbag and beanbag munitions, and then the simunitions is down at the bottom. So what we are asking for this year is basically we don't need to purchase any more equipment, but we do need to purchase or spend money towards the maintenance of this equipment and the re-upping of the ammunition that we use, the beanbags and the simunition rounds, as well as some pepper balls, just based on training and deployments. So the last portion of this is of AB 481 requires Town Council to adopt a new ordinance annually to comply with this regulation. Ordinance 2023-04 is the same ordinance that Town Council adopted in 2022 with just some date changes. So it's the same thing that you guys saw last year. So the recommendation is to introduce Ordinance 2304, readopting the Truckee Police Department Policy 709, Military Equipment Funding, Acquisition, and Use Policy, and approve budgeted expenditures of $7,600 for maintenance and restocking of listed equipment. And I should say that's the budget that will be hopefully approved during the next meeting. And I can take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Chief. Are there any questions? I'll look to this side first. No? No? Over here? No? All right. We'll open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I have a motion. I move that we adopt Ordinance 223-04, readopting the Truckee Police Department Policy 709, Military Equipment Funding, etc.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Great job,
Thank you very
Chief.
much,
All right.
Chief.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we do have council member reports that we skipped over last time. Feel free to be as brief as you would like, though, because it is 9:34. Anybody ready? Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I am ready. I'll be as brief as I can. So a couple of hospital board meetings with some hospital representatives. We had a Chamber of Commerce meeting working on their new contract. Participated in a infrastructure financing meeting, which I think all the rest of you had also privately maybe, that is potentially coming back to us. We had a Visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting where we approved the full ask, so $200 and some odd thousand for $260 for microtransit. So Visit Truckee Tahoe will be contributing exactly what was asked of them towards the microtransit pilot project, which was amazing. And we actually supported it unanimously. So that was a great win. In addition, we'll be adding up to 4 new board members in the coming months. So quite a bit of change yet again happening at VTT. And we're really close. We're working on our sort of destination stewardship plan, which I think is going to be really exciting. It's going to be a great document that I think will help inform everybody as to what's going on. And we're also having some sort of stakeholder meetings at the VTT level as well. Unfortunately, I missed our council retreat. I apologize once again for that. And the highlight of my last 4 weeks was yesterday. Carissa and I got to participate in a Tahoe Expedition Academy seminar put on by their 3rd and 4th and 5th grade students about becoming a bee city. So just quick PSA, but we're actually encouraging the health and well-being of the wrong type of bees. So bumblebees are not cool. They are predatory, not native. Here is your list of native bees for anybody who is interested, and it's Reno and Carson are both official pollinator cities. I don't know exactly what you call them. And so I just wanted to relay that information to the rest of my council, as I promised these amazing students that I would. And I might suggest, as a token to their hard work, and because we are at staff capacity, that if there was interest, we could add something like this to the bike rack as something that maybe we look at down the road when we have capacity in certain departments to do that. That would be the only ask from this that I have. But if anybody would like one of these, I can get you one. And it's really about encouraging, just to be really clear, about encouraging the use of sort of native plants that these bees want to visit, like in our landscaping and in our roundabouts, and encouraging our nurseries and other businesses to stock more of these types of species in order to encourage a more diverse bee population. So thank you, sir. And yes, being a geologist by education, I would appreciate it, and I was unfamiliar with that. But I will pass this down to you, because seems like you have some reading up to do on all of the other Latin names for the other species that we should be encouraging. That is the end of my reports tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Klövstad.
Okay, so I had 2 really big highlights. One was very similar to yours. I hosted Troop 267 of the Boy Scouts here at Town Hall for a question and answer session for their civics badge. And these young gentlemen had really great questions and really community-oriented concerns about things like the traffic and concerns about e-bikes and safety and the unhoused and litter. So I did my best to answer their questions. And then, of course, I had to go back and research a bunch of stuff and email them a bunch of links because, you know, their questions surpassed some of my knowledge base. But also they were very engaged, and, you know, there were great resources to share for them to hopefully volunteer for in the future. The other highlight was last Thursday attending the 2023 Lake Tahoe Litter Summit, which was put on by Clean Up the Lake. And I have to say, I was so grateful to be included from Truckee, because this was like the powerhouse of all the agencies and nonprofits and movers and shakers of the lake. And then there was me for Truckee. But I really want to embrace this and embrace the action items that are coming out of that. So I'll be sharing that with Jen and any staff that she wants to contribute to that effort, and hopefully that will be shared out to the rest of you. I think there's some real opportunities for us to work in that regional context that we're really trying to do. South Lake Tahoe clearly is doing some great stuff. Here in Truckee, we're doing some great stuff, and we want to make sure that we are being consistent so that we're not confusing our agencies, our businesses, our visitors, and all of that. So Also attended the Truckee River Watershed Council breakfast, which was very inspiring, as it always is. I love that organization. And met with several community members about various council priorities, focus areas, including fireworks, e-bikes, hospital concerns, housing. I thought the meetings were going to die off after the general plan, but there was like this whole other surge of like, okay, now that the general plan is over, let's talk about. So there's a whole bunch of that as well, which is great. I love that we have a engaged community. I did just have one quick question for staff. I know we're getting new bases for our microphones, right? Is that what's happening?
We do have, oh, go ahead. Was somebody else? Oh, I thought somebody else was responding. Sorry. We do have that in the budget. I don't know the exact timeline, but.
So is that going to solve the microphone issue, though? We're hoping?
We believe that's the last issue.
Okay. Any chance that they include the little cool lights that show the mayor who wants to talk?
Yeah.
I do. I want that too.
They do not. Judy has done some research into that, and that appears to be more of a real voting system versus just a little light.
Okay. All right. Well, I will still keep plugging away at that because I think it would be really helpful. You get a little whiplash up there. So, yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
We could jerry-rig something.
We could just
Should
have
run
a
a
flag
wire
you
right
hold up
here
if
on
you have
the
something
side
to
of the
say.
counter. That'd be easy.
I'm hearing you volunteer to do that then.
I just need somebody from CAT to help me. Okay, so my meetings were more mundane. So I did meet with Bob Barnett about the hospital master plan and attended Good Morning Truckee where Allison Schwedner spoke on mental health. And it was a community collaborative annual update on the state of affairs. And then Kirsten Kramer from the U.S. School Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. Kristen Kine talked about COAD. Teresa Crimmins from Sierra Community House. Essentially, what they were telling us is we're still experiencing the after effects of COVID. Mental health problems have increased. Drug abuse has increased. Senses of loneliness and depression have increased, and they all need to be addressed in our community. Then I met with Jason Hansford representing the railroad project, Mike Isle representing Coldstream, and they met with just about everybody about bringing Mello-Roos back just long enough for them to satisfy the last condition for them to be able to use it. Met with Kathy Foley and Cindy Basso, Steve Monahan, Hardy Bullock, and some other representatives of Nevada County and Placer County about trying to locate land for a homeless shelter as quickly as possible. Attended the Truckee River Watershed Council Snapshot Day. It was their kickoff for summer stream monitoring, and then also the river breakfast where I sat at the same table with council members Clove, Stodd, and Henderson. Yeah, we all had a great time.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Well, I feel like I haven't heard everyone say our full day council team building, which was amazing. I learned so much about all of you. So that was wonderful. I had a meeting with the chamber with Vice Mayor Polivy, which he mentioned. I did learn briefly about the Bee City today during a meeting with a gentleman whose son is at T, and I think was part of that presentation with you. So got to learn a little bit about it. One of my highlights was, as I mentioned earlier, I had a one-on-one with a local Boy Scout from Troop 267 who couldn't make it that day to town hall because he had a sports conflict. So I met him and his dad for a one-on-one at a coffee shop here in town and just talked mostly about e-bikes and just town government in general. And then the Truckee River Watershed Council Foundation fundraiser just yesterday. Some other sort of random one-on-ones. I think that's mostly it, but we're going back a little ways now, so.
Sounds great.
I did the mayor manager breakfast with Jen last week, which was here in Truckee. So it's always fun to have them come up here. And I took Tart Connect over there, so we got to talk about that too. That was a great workshop with most of you up here. I agree, I learned so much, and it's fascinating. My highlights, I would say I went to the Sierra Community House Family Dance at the North Tower Event Center with my 2.5-year-old son, and I have great video of him dancing if anyone wants to see that later. He's hilarious. Those snacks were his favorite, but it was a really great event to lots of families from throughout Truckee and North Lake Tahoe getting together. And what I especially think is great, it used to be the father-daughter dance, and they have now changed it to be the family dance, recognizing that families come in all different types. So that was fantastic. And then sticking with the dance theme, I was at the Inner Rhythms fundraiser along with Mitch Claren on Saturday. Got to see some local celebrities like Cassie, who's on our West River Street Revitalization Committee, dance for the Mirror Ball. Larissa, owner of Truckee Love, won. But it was a fantastic event with lots of local community members. And that wraps it up. So with that, we will adjourn. Thank you all.